Hello, everybody. This is Casey here to do spiritual talk tonight. How's everybody doing? I hope you had an awesome week. Okay, let me pull cards for the week. Hi, Kelly. How you doing tonight, hon? Okay, cards for the week. How was your holidays, Kelly? I'm improving. I was down pretty sick for a while. How's the progress coming on your house, hon? What's going on for the collective for the next week? You have a flooded a basement in your rental? What the heck? Okay, water is emotions. What's going on with your emotions at this point, hon? Wow. Don't forget, we're starting a new 20-year cycle starting this weekend with Pluto. So we're all moving into a totally new energy for the next 20 years. I'm so ready. And it's supposed to be good for Libras. I'm so ready. Okay. What is the collective you need to know for the next week? Oh, Lord, girl. What about your original house? Hey, Tracy, I was just on Facebook and saw you had reposted one of my pictures, and I was thinking about letting you know I was going to be on. Okay, what's going on for the collective? Hey, Jason, how are you, hon? How are you doing? Any improvement, Jason? Any improvement, Jason? I'm getting better and better every day. Are you getting all your treatments in, Jason? Still a work in progress. Yeah. Okay, so I think the collective for this week is coming out of the energy is shifting. The energy is changing. We've all gone through a lot this last year. We're coming out on the other side much, much wiser person. For me, yes, and no, but yes. Okay. Everybody say prayers for Jason for healing, okay? So we're coming out of the nightmare, the depression, the anxiety. We're coming out much wiser, okay? Now we're moving into the high priestess energy. Take the time to listen to the universe. There's many secrets out there that are wanting to be known, okay? The universe wants to communicate with us, but are we allowing it, okay? Because the high priestess, she is the knower of secrets. She is the knower of the Akashic records. You know, she won't tell you unless you specifically ask the right question. But there's lots of things going on behind the scenes that you don't know about. But if you tap into the right energy, ask the right questions, you will find the information. Okay. Again, what else is possible here? You know, universe What am I not allowing to move into my life? Okay. Then we have the Emperor. The Emperor is moving into being a strong, capable person, being able to take charge of their life. Okay. I think a lot of people are moved into this new energy of the new year with some totally different attitudes toward things. Okay. Hi, DJ. Hi, Snow Queen. Christianity is so limiting, hun. Yeah. You got to do what's best for you, though, Kelly. Yeah. Yeah. I see DJ said that too. Yeah. I don't see how they contradict each other either, except for they have taken Jesus. He came to show us that we could do all these things that he does and more. They've taken that away from us by making him something separate to us rather as something that's a part of us. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. So it's time to take charge. It's time to step forward, in your life. Okay. But doing in a loving, kind, gentle way. I was just crying over a video I was watching. Oh, my nose. I'm going to cry again. Hold on. There was a I can't even think of what it's called now. Oh, praying mantis on this guy's car, and it was in the middle of heat. And he looked at this little praying mantis hanging onto his mirror in his car. He stopped and put some water in a bottle cap and put it up next to the praying mantis. The praying mantis looked at it, touched it, decided it was water, and then he started drinking. And I thought, that one tiny little act of kindness can shift the whole world. That one little tiny act of kindness can move mountains. If we could all do something like that, with no and I know most of us don't, think, oh, well, if I do good acts, then this is going to come back to me. But this guy just did this out of the goodness of his heart. He gave this little creature some water in the heat, and may not made a difference to anybody else, but it made a huge difference to the world of that little praying mantis. Okay, so do it with love, do it with compassion, do it with gentleness. Okay. It's like you're stepping into your power of who you are and loving who you are. Okay. Now, this has been a long, slow process to get to where you are now. I know, DJ. I know. Turned love-based to fear-based religion did, yeah. Yep. Fundamentalist churches, the Pentecostals especially. Oh, the Baptists, and there's, when my first teacher 45 years ago, yeah, about 45 years ago, she said one day, a lot of these Christian sects are going to be like the Antichrist. And I never ever thought that I would see that. And when I see what's going on with politics and stuff now and religion, it's just like, wow. Yeah. So it's been a long, slow process. We've had to deal with a lot of fears, a lot of illusions, a lot of overthinking things, Yeah. So it's all starting to come in, okay? I have, because that was a Knight of Pentacles, and now we're in the very beginnings of the new changes. And I think part of that is this moving into Pluto is going to shift and change so many things for all of us, okay? Page of Pentacles, new beginnings of prosperity, abundance, success, stability, growth, happy family, security, okay? I'm grateful you're all here tonight, Kelly. I'm very grateful you're all here tonight, okay? But, focus on one thing at a time. You've got all these possibilities out here. Look at my nose of crying over a praying mantis. You've got all these possibilities out there, all these new things to learn. Okay? Focus on one thing at a time. Stay in mindfulness. Stay in the now. Focus on one thing at a time, okay? It will help you deal with any fears or illusions that pop up, and anything that the ego throws at us to try to hold us back, okay? Because that's one of the things that's going to pop up as we are letting go of this old energy. Watch for the shadows, watch for the illusions, watch for shadows being, things being blown out of proportion, mountains being, molehills being made into mountains, okay? But the thing is, it still comes down to choice. Okay? I have the death card, but the death card to me is, it's a transmutation, it's a change from one state to another. But who's making those choices? You are making the choices of which direction you want to go, what's your life to be, okay? And this is leading to new beginnings. You're right at the edge of a new world, because we have the world, okay? You're standing in the middle of that goal. You're ready to cross across that goal to the Fool again, and starting all over with new beginnings, new opportunities, new potential, everything, okay? We're just that close to being able to do that. And I think that Pluto is going to shift a lot of things for a lot of us, especially a lot of us that haven't had a lot of good luck the last 19 years. I think it's going to be I think by summer I'm going to hopefully be off this oxygen and running around like a crazy lady. That's what I'm feeling. So we'll see. But that's for the collective for the next week. But we're all moving into new energy. Yes, M2. Yeah. I'm grateful to be here with all of you. We didn't have very many people last week. Of course, everybody was probably not expecting me to be on either. So I have a question for you. This popped up yesterday. Somebody posted on Facebook, and it's a good question. What is love to you? I was just looking at a list. There's 8 signs that it's supposed to be really, really beneficial for. How were your last 19 years, Tracy? Mine were crap. I learned a lot. I've changed a lot. I don't know. It was something it might have been something I was looking at on Facebook. But yeah. I don't know. Let's Google it and see. Okay. Pluto in Aquarius. What signs does it benefit? What signs are affected by Pluto in Aquarius? It says it'll affect every sign. To totally transform your vision for the future. Let's see what it says. For Aries, let's see. Is it going to all of them? Pluto is often referred to as a transpersonal or generational planet. At its distant presence is thought to shape things over a longer period of time and have a more notable influence over society at large. I know that we will have a little more rebellion, a little more people standing up for peace. I cried today. I'm on a crying spree, I guess. I cried today because I watched some people in a church stand up and say, you know, have some respect for the people in Palestine. They're people too. Doesn't matter what religion, what nationality they are. They are people too. They don't deserve what's going on, you know. And I'm very upset that the United States is not standing up for that. But then, how much genocide has the United States also done? You know. Okay. In forward-thinking air signs Aquarius, we're likely to see planets' transformative power over the landscape when it comes to matters of technology, innovation, and the way we envision the future. Aquarius is a sign that rules groups and community. So we can expect lots of changes and revelations within the greater collective too. Pluto will only spend a few months of 2023 in Aquarius, but it'll give us a taste for the energy that's yet to come. So whatever happens during this sneak peek may foreshadow some of the shifts that lie ahead. So with Aries, it says it's set to transform your visions for the future, the way you collaborate with others. As you navigate the long twists and turns of this transit, you'll find yourself relating to your peers in entirely new ways, and perhaps building a new community for yourself entirely. The social groups you're part of now will likely go through some deep transformations as you create new connections and stronger bonds based on shaped hopes and fears. Okay, let's see. Oh. Ooh. That was somebody that should be coming in. Okay. The social groups you're part of now will likely go through deep transformations. That'll help you clarify your personal convictions, allowing you to imagine a world you never thought possible. Taurus, your career and public facing life are about to take on a new level of intensity. Get ready to level up professionally and take ownership of your ability to shine. You'll be transforming the part of your chart related to your image and lifelong legacy. So expect to do some deep personal excavation when it comes to honing your inner authority. What's always holding you back from standing tall in your power and taking charge of your path. It may not be an easy journey, but Pluto will set your ambitions on fire, inspiring you to charge forward on your long-term goals with an incisive and unshakable focus. Gemini, are you here, Casey? There she is. Of course she came in. We're going to say Gemini now. Okay. You're open-minded by nature, but over the next 2 decades, prepare for paradigm shifts of epic proportions. Pluto's journey through Aquarius is set to totally overhaul your personal belief systems, allowing you to explore entirely new realms of thought and perspective and experience. Faraway travels or higher education can bring poignant, I can't say it, revelations over the coming years, so embrace your transformation by continually broadening your horizons and pushing past your comfort zone. You'll be challenged to question your dogmas and rebuild your personal set of ethics. Existential quandaries and crises of faith are likely, but these mental and spiritual struggles will ultimately help you align with deeper and more authentic philosophies on life. Cancer is catalyzing a powerful new chapter in your life. So don't be afraid to dive deep into your psyche and do some serious shadow work. You're totally transforming your ability to sit with uncomfortable truths and be vulnerable about your desires, which will give you intimate relationships so much more depth. The skeletons in your closet are being swept out into the open. Ooh. And by the end of this long-term transit, you'll be looking them straight in the eye without a second thought. While dealing with the monsters under the bed isn't easy, fearless Pluto inspires strength in you. And despite all the intensity, you'll end up feeling so much lighter. Leo, you're embarking on an entirely new journey through your relationships now. So prepare to shift your expectations of yourself and others. Ooh. The people around you may become a mirror to your shadow side, revealing the elements of your identity that you try to suppress or don't want to acknowledge. Instead of running from these interpersonal reflections, use them as a catalyst to work on yourself and be more authentic in your partnerships. It's time to leave any power-hungry love games in the past and start dismantling the control issues that are keeping you from having the deep, life-changing connections you deserve. Virgo. Snow Queen's feeling anxiety. Try some B1, vitamin B1, natural B1, and see if that doesn't help. And I would also ask the universe, why am I feeling anxiety? What do I need to be aware of with this anxiety? Is rising the north node. Rising is your ascendant, left side of your chart. Okay, so we're back to Virgo. Your work and wellness routines are especially important to you, and Pluto's transit through Aquarius will take you on a journey towards self-transformation through these day-to-day habits. The way you're always structured your schedule and executed your daily tasks will begin shifting for the long term over the coming years. So you'll be challenged to shake yourself loose from previous practices and start creating new grooves in your life. Your productivity will make you even more powerful. That said, you may also have to let go of old habits, which die hard, as they say, to get to the root of behaviors that are holding you in an unhealthy cycle. When it's all said and done, you'll feel like the master of your reality. Libra. Oh, this is interesting. You're being plunged into a passionate and inspired new era of your life, Libra. Creative ideas are always plentiful for Venus-ruled signs like you, but you may find that you begin taking these endeavors even more seriously over the coming years. Yeah? Wow. Developing a deep desire to take control over your artistic visions, the concept of a passion project takes on new meaning, and your zealous quest towards self-expression will be unstoppable. Pluto will also wield its mysterious magic in your love life during this time, so you'll crave greater intensity and depth from your romantic conquests than ever before. That'll be interesting. Hi, Aisel. So we're just saying even so. Okay, so Snow Queen, ask yourself: is this anxiety, excitement, or fear? Ask yourself. If you go to astro.com and you create a chart, there's also a little free thing on there that'll give you a breakdown of some of the transits that are going on in your life. It's called a short forecast. So you might want to check that out. So Snow Queen asks, is this anxiety I'm feeling? Is it excitement or is it fear? And see what you get. Scorpio. Pluto is considered one of your ruling planets. And this new chapter of your life is bringing about some powerful and close to home shifts. And so, one of my Libras is just on the edge of Scorpio too. Okay. Over the next 20 years, your domestic life is undergoing a major transformation, and your concept of home may look totally different than it does now. You'll likely begin taking on a new role in your family or otherwise shift the dynamic in some way. And it's an important time to address any underlying tensions or resentments amongst your kin, as they're likely to emerge now anyway. Don't be afraid to dig deep into your past and focus on inner child healing. By doing this work, you'll slowly create a more solid foundation upon which the rest of your life can build upward. Okay, Sag. Long-term journey through your communications sector. Expect to transform the way you express yourself. From this point forward, you'll find yourself seeking deeper meaning in everyday interactions and relating to the world around you in a more meaningful way. Small talk won't cut it anymore. Pluto will encourage you to dismantle the most basic things you've learned about life, allowing you to rebuild your mindset from the ground up. You're a dreamer by nature, but you're discovering the power in simply being present. The way you speak may also take on more intensity than it had in the past. That's okay. Your words have power, and when you talk, trust that people will want to listen. Capricorn. Pluto spent the past 15 years in your sign, so your identity has been transformed in a powerful way. Over the next 2 decades, you'll find that you're slowly reshaping your personal values and resources too. You're taking control of your financial life in a new way, which means it's time to start truly dismantling any deep-rooted issues you're carrying with you about money and self-worth. Whether it's a scarcity-based mentality holding you down or an overly materialistic outlook keeping you caught up, the upcoming years will encourage you to work through these hang-ups and start appreciating all that you've got. Aquarius, in your sign for the first time in your lifetime. So you may feel this alchemical cosmic shift more than anybody else. You're a rebel at heart, so you're not afraid to be different and go against the grain. But Pluto's transformational influence over the next 2 decades will challenge you to make peace with the fact you can't control what other people think of you. You're getting in touch with your personal power source, so don't be surprised if you drastically change your look and overall presence over the coming years accordingly. This is truly a new era for your identity, so embrace your evolution. You'll emerge from these Plutonian ashes totally renewed. Pisces. It's a particularly introspective and subtle one for you. Interesting, but that doesn't make it any less pivotal. Throughout the next chapter of your life, you'll be contending with the forces of your unconscious mind, exploring your past, your shadow side, and the most far-reaching corners of your psyche. Check yourself when you're acting on impulse to see if you can uncover a hidden motive. As you're now learning to discern between your emotions and intuition in a powerful way, more than ever. Additionally, your dreams may take on a more vivid intensity, so getting serious about a mystical practice can help you hone in on these senses. Interesting. For one thing, any energy that she's directing, any energy my mother-in-law is directing to me, I'm going to send it back to her. Okay? Be interesting just to see how she reacts to the energy that she's putting out. Does that make sense, hon? So, yeah. Casey, are you still here? Anybody want to come on and talk tonight? Well, did you try pulling up a chart, Tracy? Yeah. Yeah. So, like I brought up earlier, somebody posted a question on Facebook. What is love? What do you guys think love is? I think this is a good topic to explore. Do we lose everybody? Love is what is when you actually care, I think. Maybe I just look at it more as an unconditional thing because love is seeing the whole picture to me. Okay? It's seeing the whole picture. It's seeing the good and the bad in a person and or situation and loving the situation or person anyway. Doesn't mean you have to have them in your life. Okay? That's your choice. Okay? You can love who they are without loving what they are doing. Okay? Does that make sense? You could send love to that person as a spiritual being. And it's just like forgiving. When you forgive somebody, it's for you, it's not for them. Okay? And so you no longer carry that burden of carrying that energy. Okay? It's kind of the same thing with love. You know, you don't want to you want to see the whole picture, but you want to be the ability to make choices and decisions about what's right for you, you know? What is the whole picture here? I could love this person, but like I said, I don't have to have them in my life, you know? Oh, that'd be cool, Jason. But see, that's where choice comes in. It's the same. It's kind of along the same lines like forgiveness. When you forgive them, it's for you. Doesn't mean you have to have them in your life. Same thing with unconditional love. I can love you for the being that you are, the person you are. You're good and you're bad, but that doesn't mean that I have to have you in my life. And how many of us are still carrying the program that if you love them enough, they'll change? No, it doesn't work like that. They have to love themselves enough to want to change. You know? You bought yourself a MacBook for Christmas. Ooh, Jason, good. Good, good, good. Tracy, did you get a chance to look at your birth chart? When I had a Vedic chart come across about 4 or 5 months ago, it said that I would have a love interest come in unexpectedly or a surprise marriage within the next year. And then I was looking at my chart in my Western chart. last night, I think it was, in Astro.com, and they're also talking about an unexpected relationship coming in probably in May or June. I said, ha ha ha. Yeah, I'd have to be feeling pretty good to be able to get out there and meet somebody. Your ascendant's in Libra. Okay, so I have a new book thanks to Casey. Casey bought me a new book. So, Tracy, all of you guys, look at your chart. What is your first sign? What's your sun sign? Okay, because I have a decree book here. Tell me what degree your sun sign is in, and where it's at, and we'll read some of that tonight. Your ascendant's in Libra. So is mine. So is mine, Tracy. My sun, moon, rising, Mercury, and Neptune are all in Libra. So I came in to balance some things out, that's for sure. Yeah. So tell me what degree your sun sign in is. It's Leo. Okay. So what degree is your Leo? Okay. What degree is your Leo? Your sun sign's Leo, but what degree is it in? It should be on the left-hand side where it says Leo. There should be a number there. And that's funny. The book opened up to Leo. That's funny. I wanted to talk to Casey. She had some interesting news tonight. Anybody else have their chart and want to look up what the degree was when they were born? Because each degree has something to tell you about. Okay, it should. Did you do it on astro.com, hun? Okay, it should have a number in front of it, and then it should have. Let me look up mine. Let me look at mine. Okay, it says Sun, then it says 4, and then it says Libra, and then it's got 51 parentheses, 34 parentheses. I want the 4, the number in front of Libra. Yeah. Well, yeah, it'll have a number in front of it. Astro Cafe. I don't know. I don't know. There's some older books that I have listed on my list, um, my wish list, that are hard to find. X1? Oh, girl. Can you send me a picture of that? Of your chart on Facebook, on Facebook Messenger? Can you do that, Tracy? Just copy and paste it and put it on Facebook Messenger. Ah, what is the F Hemeris? Hey Jano, how are you, hon? We're talking about astrological charts. If you want the degrees, do you have your astrological chart, hon? I want to know what your sun sign is and what degree it's in. Okay, let me look. Okay. Well, let me see. Let me make it bigger. Okay, so your sun sign. I can't read that chart. I can't read it. I can't read it. Ugh. Yeah. Okay. Let me try Tracy. Tracy, what's your birth date? I'm gonna pull it up on here. I can't read it. I don't know how to read that one. What's your birth date, hon? I'll pull it up on Astro. If you don't want to put it on here, just send me your birth date and your time of birth on Messenger. If you tell me what degrees your sun sign in it is, we will. Oh, 8/22/67. 8/22. What time were you born, hon? What time were you born in what city? Oh, 8:43 a.m. That's not. Okay, so you're 28 degrees at Leo. Your moon is at 29 and your Mercury is 27. So you are ready to just, so as a young child, you came in to clear out some old patterns, because when your degrees are that late, 20, 28, 29, and 27, those are the very end. 29 is the very last degree, and then you start all over at 0. So you, within months, excuse me, within months or early years, you cleared out a lot of patterns from past life stuff. Okay, so 28 degrees Leo. Let's see what it says. It says this degree enhances all the qualities of friendship. There is little importance attached to success of a material nature, but this may come as a byproduct of the focus on friendship. The natives of this degree put on an emphasis on and have a particular natural skill in close relationships with people. This is the focus of their strength while they happily develop. Such idealism has been a real handicap in societies where making a living is purely motivated by selfish gain. However, these people are more appreciated as humanity at large finds it important to join hands in cooperative effort. She generally casts her lot with some kind of a cooperative group or effort. She is sincere in her belief that sharing will result in broader security and comfort. This is so basic to her nature that she finds it difficult, if not impossible, to go her own way alone. So were you in a close-knit family, hun? Or had some really close-knit friends that maybe are your friends now? So when you're in the higher degrees like that, okay, 27, 28, and 29 are just means that you're getting ready to shift out of the lessons of that house. Okay, so you are moving out of Leo into Virgo. So at a young age, you cleared out all the Leo and started moving into the Virgo energy. Close knit friends, yeah. 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 That makes sense with that. But every time you change signs, okay, it's called a progressed chart. As you move along, in fact, let me see if I can pull up your progressed chart. Hi, Em. How are you, hun? Okay, let me see if I can pull up your progressed chart. Here's what trance is. Okay, let's go back one. Additional tables. No, that's not what I want. Why is it not? They changed something on here. Well, anyway, as you go along, the planets move through your chart, bringing in different lessons all the time. So 27, 28, and 29, means early in your childhood, you dealt with those lessons and moved on to the next lessons. I wonder if but there's got to be a way to shift that. Just being in the now and paying attention should shift everything. Uh, but that's still choice, hun. But you're older now, okay, and you've learned a lot of lessons. So just because Lilith is put that in the bubble, clear that, please. You're older now. You've moved out of that energy. Let me see. I don't think this one tells me where Lilith is. And what? No. Yeah, Pluto is in your 11th house now. So this will be interesting. Ooh, you've got you've got a stellium in your, oh no, that's 2 houses. You've got a stellium in your 10th house, which means there's major lessons there. I don't know how to look up Lilith on this one, hon. Hi, Judy. They see the key to overcoming that is self-love and forgiveness. Well, yeah, you've got to love yourself in order to bring in a healthy relationship. You've got, and this is one of the things I'm dealing with my neighbor now, is I ask her, who are you? She's flabbergasted when I ask her that. I don't know. God made me a caregiver. I take care of everybody else. Yeah. So now it's time for you to take care of you for a while. Look at how your body's falling apart. It's time for you to pull your energy in and take care of you. But I'm a caregiver. I need to take care of everybody else. No. God is telling you spent the first half of your life taking care of everybody else. Now it's time to take care of you. You need to, she says, I don't want to be alone all my life. Okay, you don't want to be alone all your life, but you have to be comfortable with yourself, who you are, and being alone in order to draw somebody, your healthy counterpart. It's just whatever you heal within yourself, you're going to bring in a person that has also healed those aspects of themselves. They're going to mirror us. Your healthy counterpart is going to mirror everything that you've let go of, How you doing, Judy? How's the whoopee dog? How's the truck? How you doing, hon? Edna Santiago. La Note. Good evening to you too, Edna. But the key is but like I said, if you look up progressed planets, okay, the planets that are there when you were born keep going forward. They keep moving and moving. Now, every 2.5 months, energy shifts and changes because your moon moves through the different houses every 2.5 months, okay? So the other planets do also. It's called a progressed moon. What's her name? I can't think of her name now. She talks about it. She's got a little mini book out on it. Like, but the planets continually move through your chart regardless of where it's at right now. You have a progressed chart also that says, okay, you've moved into this house from where you were born. You know, now you've gone through all these lessons. Now this is what you're going to learn. So you need to look at that sometimes also, because that influences what we're going through at the time also. Thank you, Judy, for having a little bit of faith. Thank you for having faith, hon. Because everything's working out because of your faith. I'm so proud of you, girl. I'm so proud of you. That was a major, major lesson, Judy. Major lesson. And I'm glad Gypsy's home. Okay, so you moved into the Virgo energy. You were probably in the Virgo energy during your teens. Okay? Oh, Jason has a new truck. Jason's got all kinds of new toys. He's got a new MacBook. He's got a new truck. Sounds like Jason's finally taking care of Jason. Are you taking care of Jason? Are you skipping some things that you should be taking care of, Jason? Yes. Yes, I'm so proud of you, Judy. So, got it 24 hours later and had it in the Outback. You're funny. I don't know how to. They've changed this. I was going to look for progressed. Where do I find progressed? Tracy. Without transits. Okay.
Your daughter on your phone, ringing and ringing, don't you leave it alone. Daughter's calling and it's showing.
I'm online. All right. All right. Love you too. Bye. Gee, you couldn't tell that was one of my girls, huh? Why did it not save that? Ah, okay. Yes, I agree, Tracy. We should all be taking care of ourselves. Yeah. Yeah. What the heck? Well, it won't let me pull your chart back up. That's weird. But yeah, we have the planets are. It's not just a simple thing when you look at your chart because there are so many aspects of things moving around. There it is. Are you going to let me keep your chart now? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna have everybody's chart on my thing here. I'm 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 getting better and better every day, every second. Em, how you been doing, hon? How you been doing? So does anybody else want to look up their chart and their degrees? I looked up all my Libras, and one of mine was like 27, 28. So it was getting ready to move into Scorpio, and that might be why I have a little more stability, maybe, than some of the other Libras do. I just have so much Libra. So much Libra. Oh, I'll have to go in and look at that, Jason. Good for you. That's exactly what you wanted, Jason. Yeah, planets moving crazy energy. But the planets are in motion all the time. The progressed planets, they from the time you were born, they keep moving through your chart. Some of them are once a year, some are 20 years, some are 18 months. It just keeps moving and moving around the chart. It'd be interesting to see in your progressed charts where Pluto is now. Yeah, yeah. Keep your goal within 2 weeks of the year. You're funny, Jason. But is Jason taking care of Jason? That's my worry. My concern. Not a worry. My concern. See, this was one of mine. Libra 29. Artistic abilities are the strength of this degree. The native prefers to work quietly on his or her own. She will put up with almost anything to keep peaceful in her environment. She cherishes human interaction and will even make sacrifices in order to maintain her relationships, but spending some time alone helps her to maintain her identity. There is usually a keen mind sensitive to those around her. Being continually subjected to a hostile environment is particularly damaging to her, causing withdrawal, melancholy, or possibly even violence, depending on the level of frustration. I said, when I read these, I can see where they were in my younger aspects of my life. You know, we do move out of that. Good, 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 good. That's what we want to hear is Jason's taking care of Jason. Yeah. Em, what have you been doing? How's it going at work, girl? Are you still here? If any of you come down with sinus infection and the lingering stuff afterwards, make sure you get a vaporizer that's got some warm heat, warm moisture, because I've been dealing with all this phlegm and coughing it up and choking, and I put the warm air vaporizer on last night, and I didn't cough all night. So I think it's because it's just so dry. So all you guys take care of yourselves. Yeah. I was hoping that Austin would come in tonight. Jano, you still here? Jason, are you going to come on or not? I'm getting better. I do know that I got that portable oxygen. It's a puff. It's not a continuous flow oxygen. That's not working for me because when I go out, I have a lot of problems with getting dizzy and almost passing out, and it's because I need to go back on the oxygen tanks. But I'm being more careful. I'm running the air purifiers and keeping up the blankets and keeping up Tinky's baths because I know that contributes to it. Her dander. I saw something posted on Facebook today. It was talking about little pugs and how they are very commanding presence that'll push you to the point where they just know that they can get to, and then all of a sudden they turn into their little loving selves again. And I said, that was her last night. She didn't have any. I've been starting to keep some food down here for her, but she didn't have any down here last night. So she went up the stairs by herself, and she never does that. So she must have been pretty hungry. And then I went to get the stuff to go up to bed, and she's standing at the top of the stairs, and she's at me like, you need to get up here, I said, oh, pushy little dog, isn't she? Yeah, I'm getting better. I'm getting better. I scared my friend last night, though, because we had gone to the store and came back, and when I was coming back in, like I said, this is a puff. It gives you a little puff of oxygen. It's not continuous. So when I was coming back in, I got dizzy, and I just ended up sitting down on the ground, and she freaked out because she thought I fell. I said, no, I just sat down because I didn't want to fall. So she was freaked out all night. But I put in a call today to see about getting back on the oxygen tanks. So I'm hoping by summer I want to start some chair yoga and I want to start my Tai Chi again. I am getting better. But this has been going on for 3 years now. Been stuck at home, and how much out of shape am I? Need to start getting a little strength training or, the Tai Chi and the chair yoga, and yeah. Getting there. Yes, Australia is big, and it's got such a diversity across the whole country. Such a diversity, and some of the most dangerous animals and bugs in the world. Just be careful, hon. Yeah, Australia is big. It's good that you are getting a chance to see your own country. How many people do not take the time to explore their own country? I have been through 26 states, and that was one of my goals 3 years ago before I got sick, is to be able to jump in the car, go go camping. I want to hit the northern states, come down the eastern seaboard, and come back through some of the southern states. I've been through Florida and Georgia already, so yeah. Wow. I'm almost center of Australia when I'm away, I'm running water mains for a town that's never had water. They can drink out of a tap. Wow, I bet they are so excited. So excited. Very well paid, yeah. I look at some, they always talk about the water situation in Africa. But Central America and South America have problems with parasites, and they have problems with droughts and stuff too. And they're building these wonderful little things that gather the moisture in the air and turn it into water for people to get drinking water. It's like, and they keep sending them all to Africa. What about Central America and South America? How many places down there? I took a class in college called cultural anthropology, and I think I cried through half that book because they were talking about how it is, when a child doesn't thrive in Central America and South America, it's just a way of life for them. They kind of set that child aside and take care of the other children because they know that this child is not going to survive, and it just breaks my heart that they have this attitude, this acceptance of this cycle of life, when some healthy water could make a huge difference to this village and all these kids' lives, Yeah. Yeah. And how they're destroying the rainforest and destroying our world by cutting down all the rainforests in South America, Oh. The Mari man? But you're finding crystals, huh? There's a Crystal was surprised one night. I was telling her about bogie stones. Have any of you ever heard about bogie stones? Okay. They look like they're metal. Okay. And there's a male and a female bogie stone. And when you hold them and you meditate, it creates a balance. Sometimes when I used to get out of balance, I would just go hold the bogie stones for a while, and then I would switch hands in order to make sure that everything was balanced. But they're very, very interesting little stones. And they mine them, was it in Arkansas? You have one? You should have two. You should have a male and a female, Jason. If you only have one, you need to see if you can find the other one. Yeah. It helps you ground, and it has healing properties. Ooh, maybe that's what I need to pull out. They look like they're metal. A lot of healing energy. Ooh, I need to pull mine out. They're mined in Kansas. They're called Kansas pop rocks. Yeah. And they come in pairs. It's advantageous to use one male and one female together. The males are less common than the females. Yeah, they almost look like metal. they're fascinating, and I bought those years and years and years ago. Ooh, if you feel dizzy, that might be because you need to be grounded. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Kansas pop. Kansas pop stoves. Yeah. Yeah. I know. I didn't capitalize Kansas. You're gonna snitch on me. I will look at that, Jason. Thank you for telling me. I haven't been on Facebook a lot. I will look at that, hon. I love your pictures. I just love your pictures. I may never get down there to Australia, but I love to read about it. I love to, you know, see pictures of it. The one place I would like to get before I die is to get to Scotland, you know? Scotland and Ireland and Wales. I need to go see Susie. I need to go see Susie. And maybe Snow Queen. Wow. I want to get to all 50 states. Now my friend, for 2 years she lived up in Alaska and she kept inviting me, but you guys have seen how what I've been struggling with. And I never got up there, and now she's back here. The plains were a gateway you're meant to walk through. I'm so glad I have a drone now, make my photographs more interesting. Yeah. See, you got all kinds of new toys this year. You got a new truck, you got a new computer, you got a drone. Yeah. There's a lot of gateways, a lot of gateways. And I think, I lived in two houses that were portals, gateways. Very interesting stuff that happened. I just got, I just ordered some new copper welding rods, cut them down. I need to put them in my four corners of my house. And then you put four halfway in between those. What it does is it keeps the ley lines under your house from coming in, and if they're at a certain angle or something and they're hitting like where the energy hits where your bed is upstairs or something, it can cause illness. Ley lines and water under the house in certain instances can be shifted with the rods, and you could also energetically go in and ask the angels and stuff to clear the waterways out from under your house also. So, but that all comes down to dowsing. And look at the ley lines. The ley lines run under the earth. They used to have something called Global Science, where they used to have meetings all the time. Thank you, Judy. I always need prayers. We all need prayers. Yeah. He knew I'd gone off on my photography and was trying to help. Then they got I got my brand new 4x4 guessing last few years. Paddling through has been taken note of. I'm glad people are acknowledging, your strengths and everything you've been through, Jason. And you have gone through such major growth, hon. Major growth. Look at how much karma that you've worked through, Jason. Yeah. And you should start like a Facebook shop or something to sell your pictures. Put them up for sale. If you listened earlier, we went in and talked about what yeah, it's mind over matter. The people that say that I'm going to beat this are the ones that beat it. You're living your life to your best of your ability. But you've got to take care of yourself at the same time. Have you had the ability to see your youngest daughter at all, Jason? I'm kind of wondering if you're going to have an opportunity to do that here pretty soon. I was wondering why that came up all of a sudden. Exactly, Jason. The mind over matter. Your spiritual being having a physical experience. So, what grand and glorious adventure can you and the universe create together? That's funny.
I used to think meal kits were only.
Oops. You're not supposed to do that.
Today.
But, so this is what I talk about as you shift and change and you go out into the world. How much are you influencing other people? One person at a time, even shifting one person's life, and they go out and shift another person's life or a couple people's lives. Yeah, I know, hon. I know. The courts won't help you with any kind of visitation, hon. Oh, you're 27 degrees Libra? Oh. Oh. Let me look. Took you a while to find that, Jano. Good. I'm glad you're in touch with family anyway. Okay, 27 degrees Libra. There is a mighty and steadfast strength in this degree which shows more stubborn holding power than diplomatic flexibility. There is also a peaceful harmony which radiates from the natives of this degree in a rather intangible and somewhat mysterious way. One simply feels a certain health-giving, peaceful protection in their presence that is difficult to explain. They may simply have a naive lack of awareness of the danger that those around them are seeing. As someone has said, if you can keep your head when all around you are losing theirs, you may just be out of touch with the situation. Nevertheless, the native's quiet stability is reassuring and helpful. The qualities found in the rest of this chart can add to this reassuring influence or dissipate it. When he is more likely to be sensitive, kind, and generous, he may be goaded into extreme violence when threatened. Yeah. I don't feel that you get violent with anybody. I think what you do is you withdraw. Does that make sense, Jano? So I had a miracle occur because both my girls are talking. That is one heck of a miracle. That is one major miracle. I'm still in shock. I am still in shock. But my oldest and I have been talking about forgiveness for weeks. With nothing specific in mind except maybe her ex. But she's been not answering my youngest one, Colin, because, she was worried about me. So they just spent their birthdays together, and yeah, that's a major miracle. Another miracle was, this is how much my oldest daughter shift. You guys all know how my oldest son is. They went to dinner, and he was actually nice to her. I said, miracles do happen. Yeah. Did you get that, Jano? Was there another one you wanted to look up? Anybody else want to look up their degrees? We could look up other degrees too, your rising and stuff. Casey came in and she dropped him. My oldest one hates to travel, and she's leaving with her bosses to St. Louis tomorrow. I gotta look back. The time was off. Yeah. I got to spend Christmas with all my grandkids on both sides of the family, except for my youngest one. She hasn't been able to see her daughter since August, and they're going to court on Monday. So say some prayers for my daughter to see about getting custody of her daughter. So yeah. Anybody have anything they want to talk about tonight? I know that my chart was saying something about professional things happening. So it'd be interesting to see some of the things that pop up. Tracy, are you here still, Tracy? Okay, short forecast report for me. What did it say? Inner stability for the next few months. Higher quality creative change in relationships. Helpful people coming forward. Going through spiritual epiphanies. I like that. I like that. Learning more about the universe and my role in it. This is not a delusion, but a period of truly expanding knowledge, and that's in May and June. Your learning at this time is not limited to spiritual truths, for you in a general, more intellectually eager and willing to learn. This could be the beginning of a relationship coming in. Oh, where's the one talking about job? It was, success in work. I wouldn't call this work, though. Yeah. So that's interesting. Hi, Alban. How you doing, hon? Okay, Jason. How you doing tonight, Alban? How you doing, hon? My hair is so full of static electricity, it doesn't want to do anything. Look at that. Alban, do you have a copy of your natal chart? on astrology? Because we could look up the degrees and see one of the things you came in to learn. Oh my goodness. So in other words, he was too wishy-washy for you. You need somebody more stable. Yeah. Yeah, because look at your circumstances. You need someone stable. But the more you work on you, the more you love you and who you are, hon, the more you're going to bring a stable, loving person for you and your son. You know? And we know that you can do that. We know you can do that. Yeah. What gets me is, I don't know, when I was young, they didn't call every day, you know? It's been so long since I've been in a relationship, I don't know what it's like. Exactly. That's what I was saying. This is what you came in to learn when you were born. Okay? You don't have a very calming effect on others. Mm-hmm. That's why I said I can look back at what it says, the degrees from when I was born, you know, and it made sense from when I was younger, but it doesn't make sense now. It'd be interesting to see what degree I am in the progressed planets now, you know. In fact, okay, it talks about progressed ascendant. When an ascendant progresses in Libra, person becomes more image conscious. I don't know where I am. Huh. I'll have to look at that later. I know. This is like I was talking to Tracy earlier. Her sun, moon, and rising were all 27, 28, and 29. So she was in the very end of learning those lessons and moving into new signs. So she came in ready to finish. I think by the time she was a teenager, she'd already cleared out all those old lessons from past life and moved on to new ones, you know? Interesting how that works. Astrology is more of a science than people think. I keep telling my daughter that. Yeah. Yeah, I can't. You would be more of a tendency to withdraw than you would to be violent. You would, yeah, because I do the same thing. And why do you think you don't have a calming effect on others? Oh, you meant you do. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Because I was wondering, why would he think he didn't have a calming effect on people? Because you don't carry that kind of energy. Yeah. Yes. I'm. I keep thinking that I need to go into the Akashic records. I'm not quite energetically ready for that yet, but I think they're calling me. Hi, Mojo. Jojo. Do you have your birth chart, your astrology birth chart, Mojo? Jojo? Jojo? Because we're pulling up the degrees and reading about what you came in to learn. Okay, Jason. Yeah. Yeah. So, what degree is your birth sign in? Is your sun sign in? What degree? So I know you're Gemini, but what degree were you born at? $13 degrees? Okay. The north node of Uranus is located on this degree. Since the north node is where we bring forth our karmic growth, this influence should be good. However, experience has taught us that the qualities here are often difficult to use in a constructive way. This evidence shows that this can be too much of a good thing. The quality of genius is predominant, but can end up causing the individual to be seen as a misfit. These individuals seem not to be able to put their abundant ability to constructive use. They can end up feeling resentment when less qualified people are more successful. They may feel that it is luck that makes the difference. Their quality of genius is not well rounded. They have the technical ability to follow the letter of the law, but seem not to have subtle balance, which ultimately spells success or failure. They are overloaded with abilities which they cannot successfully master. They also suffer from the Gemini restlessness. They are better at criticizing they're better at criticizing what is wrong than finding workable solutions. They also lack patience in relationships. In other words, in the chart, provide the ability for steady expression. However, they may actually stand out. So that's the degree you came in on. So that's what you were learning as a child. Okay? That's what you were working through. You're funny. I've been sending people over to listen to you, Jojo. Yes. I was a misfit too. I was raised by older people. I didn't have any brothers and sisters at home. Um, I remember one time I took some records from home. They said, because we were going to have a party, and they said, bring some records from home. So my dad helped me pick out some music from his music. And one of the other kids told me, well, you just need to get with it. That's the old kind of music. So I was definitely a misfit. Definitely. Still kind of a misfit. So Jojo, Jano, one of the questions we asked earlier, what is love? A rebel way before it was cool, an only child with absent parent. So a wild child left to my own devices. Yeah, that makes sense, Jojo. That makes sense. I was pretty much, my mom would throw me outside from the time I was 2, and I would just wander the neighborhood. Yeah. Yeah, what is love? Yeah. From the time I was 2, I wandered the neighborhood. My mom would throw me outside and then call me in, you know. What is love? What is love? That's a good explanation. I know, I know, I know. I know. At this point in my life, love is the ability to see the whole picture, the whole situation, both sides of everything. And you ever tried explaining what a totem is to a Christian? Oh no. It's seeing the whole picture, the light and the dark of the situation or person, loving them as they are or the situation is. Doesn't mean you have to have them in your life, but you can love them as a being. Unconditional love, It just, Up to you whether you actually keep them in your life or not, Yeah. I know, Jano. I know. That's funny. So this Christian was telling me they keep seeing out of the corner of their eye, they keep seeing like a jaguar. She goes, "This is not a figment of my imagination. This is a jaguar." And I said, "It's your totem." She looked at me like I was nuts. I said, "That's an animal that walks you through life." She just sent me information on a totem. She goes, "Wow, why is it important for a child to know about their totems?" So this might be a good subject to talk about right now. Totems connect the child on a spiritual level. Yes. You can love them, but you don't have to be with them. Yeah. Totems connect a child on a spiritual level, providing a deeper connectivity and understanding to their clan, the traditional land, and the dreaming. The significance and symbolism of totems is something that is complex and multidimensional. Okay. It varies depending on region and clan. A totem is a natural object, plant, or animal that is inherited by clans, members of a clan or family as their spiritual emblem. Clan groups have caretaking responsibilities over their totems. Traditionally, totems define people's roles and responsibilities in their relationship with each other in creation. Depending on where a child is from, they could have 4 or more totems which represent their nation, clan, and family group, as well as a personal totem. National, clan, and family totems are... Okay, come on, let's go back. Are predetermined, however, a personal totem shifts and changes. Nation, clan, and family totems are predetermined, however, personal totems are individually appointed. It is important that an elder or family member is consulted around the totem of the child, as the child may have several totems. She says, very interesting, thank you. And this is from a born-again Christian. Hi, Jack, how are you? This man would know about totems. We're talking about a born-again Christian finding her totem. She has a jaguar. She's been seeing this jaguar. She brought it up tonight. She goes, this is not a figment of my imagination. I said, no, it's probably your totem. She looked at me like, what? What's a totem? Welcome, Jack. We're glad you're here, hon. You know we welcome you whenever you come in. Just sit back and relax. Jason might come on and talk tonight because he bought himself a Mac computer, 4x4 truck. Somebody gave him a drone. Man, this man's going crazy. So he said he might come in and talk to us tonight. I'm glad you're here, Jack. I'm glad you make it. Just rest and relax. So, one of the questions tonight, Jack, is what is love? What is love? And if you know your astrological chart, what degree were you born on with your sun sign? I tell you to relax and then I ask you all kinds of questions. Hi, Asa. You back, hon? Yeah. Eating and listening. I think one of the things that I need to do, I was telling the girls earlier, I said I need to get off of this little portable oxygen tank. I think that's part of the reasons I'm having troubles when I go out. It just gives a little puff. It's not a continuous oxygen type thing. And I called today and told them I can't do this anymore. So they have to get a new prescription, even though they already had one, for oxygen tanks. I said, oh, great. How long is this going to take? The totem my grandfather had for me had 3 animals, a fox, a bear, and an eagle on top. All I know is my main totem is an eagle. And it was funny because I was telling my daughter and her adopted sister that this is a good example of what I'm telling you when I tell you to rise above a situation. Crows attack eagles. Okay? They get on their back and they peck at the back of their neck. The eagle doesn't attack it. It doesn't do anything. It just keeps soaring higher and higher and higher until the oxygen is so thin that the crow passes out and starts falling. That is rising above the situation. That is a perfect example of rising above the situation. It just kind of takes care of itself, you know? So they're finally starting to get it. Because they always said, well, you let people walk all over you. I said, there's a difference between letting people walk all over me and just letting people be who they are. You know? I don't have to buy into their trauma and drama and what they're doing to me. That's a reflection of them. That's not a reflection of me. And they're starting to see that some. Yeah, the eagle was on top. Yep. And you know what's funny? My grandfather. Yeah, totems are of the Northwest and Northern nations, not part of my heritage. Yeah. Well, I don't know. A lot of the Mayans and the Aztecs and stuff talked about totems and stuff too. But it was funny because the Iroquois woman that was teaching me and my youngest daughter a lot of things, she said one time, because she was doing a class on shields, medicine shields or whatever you were going to do. Okay, you put your intention out there to the universe, and every month on the new moon you would receive a gift. Well, I had put my intention out there that I wanted to do the shields, but then I was puzzled because I never had any gifts coming in. And I never was able to have any money to put to the side because she had a sliding scale for it and was a single mom at the time. I could never put some money aside to do the class. So it was interesting because the week before the class, I had a dream. Well, you know how the pyramids go up like this, right? Well, this was like an inverted temple. It came down like this. And then it was like a Colosseum type thing where it had a major floor. When I was walking back to this major floor, I was walking past dummies, and there was women's period dresses, from the different ages, where we had the poodle skirts, and then before that they had certain kinds of skirts, and then they had the flapper dress, and the country dress, and it just kept going back as I went farther and farther, went back farther in period dress. And when I got down to the floor with the other women, I built a shield of golden light. Very, very brilliant golden light. This was not a dream because this was just stood out. So I thought, wow, that's interesting. So when I went to the class before they were going to do the shields together, because they were building physical shields, I told her my dream, and she goes, wow, you passed everything and you did a spiritual shield. Now, the lady that had introduced me to her was on her second spiritual shield. That woman went through a lot of jealousy because I was going through such rapid spiritual growth. I had so much information coming in, so much learnings and teachings, and just major growth coming in. She cut me off after that. She was so upset that I had bypassed the physical shield and built a spiritual shield. But the universe understands. They knew that I was, struggling as a single mom and stuff too. So, but I always remember that shield. And, but she was interesting because she told me it was just me and my older two. She says, I always knew you guys were a family of eagles. And I thought, that's interesting. That's really interesting. And we were all eagles. Yeah. But my grandfather, this is what I thought was interesting. My grandfather, who was born in the 1800s, some of his best friends were Indians in Iowa. Okay, and he went to my dad too. Both of them at some period of time had both gone through a lot of non-native type ceremonial stuff. My dad and my grandpa both. In fact, they presented him with my grandfather with a lot of stuff. They went through sun dances and snake dance and oh gosh, I don't even remember, pipe ceremonies, and gosh, my dad used to tell stories about some of that stuff. But they both went through ceremonies that white men were not allowed at. And I always found that interesting. And then what I am most drawn to is the Native American teachings. I think they hold more truth than anything, especially as they try to pass things on word for word, I remember up in Montana that one of the tribes had been telling the same story for 10,000 years. They always told their kids, there's a whale in that glacier. Okay. And then about 10 years ago, the glacier melted down enough, they found a 10,000-year-old whale skeleton in there. Even the people in the tribe freaked out. Wow, we've been telling the same story for 10,000 years? Wow. You know? Yeah. Is everybody awake? Eating fine. Eating anything good? Yesterday was a long day. Yesterday was a long day. Yeah. Won't be doing that again for a while. You guys eating anything good? I'm sitting here munching on chips. How's your weather, Judy? Heard it's been pretty cold up there. Apple, orange, avocado, carrot, beets, salad, and baked chicken. Ooh, that does sound good. We tried a Mexican restaurant last night. We went and drove over there and picked up the food and brought it home. It was supposed to be the best Mexican food in Colorado and even better than parts of Mexico. I was not impressed. I said, I can't believe there was a Mexican food restaurant that close that I didn't know about. I said, that's funny. But then every time I go eat any place with this one person, nothing comes out good. Nothing comes out good. And this person is so negative about everything. I think she actually spoils the food before we get there. Oh. Cold but warming up next week. Good. We had, the other morning we had 14 below. 14 below. January's almost over. Yeah, we're more than halfway, yeah. Yeah, somebody told me, well, yeah, winter's almost over. And I said, what are you talking about? You're just getting started in winter here in Colorado. I know, Jack. But we have 2 little Mexican restaurants here that have authentic Mexican food. The food is fine until I go with her. And then the food is bad. She's so negative about everything. I think she spoils everything. What I'm looking for is a place. I need to buy some oxtails and some tripe and some hominy and chili and make my own menudo. You got down to 7? It was like down, it was 15 below during the day. So it was like 16 or 17 below that night. Yeah. I'm not going with her anymore, Jack. Not going anywhere with her anymore. Any more than I can. Yeah. And she was yelling at me today because I live in a small town out on the plains. Anytime I have to go past the next town, it takes all day to do anything. Because while you're in town, you need to go to the grocery store, you need to get gas, you need to get water, you need to get everything, and it takes all day. She goes and does one thing every day, and I told her, I don't have the money to waste that kind of gas running back and forth or the time, you know. And I told her, I have to get everything done while I'm there instead of running around all the time. Because she took me to town one time. We went to Sprouts. They had the food already out there waiting for them because I let them know on the app we were coming. They loaded everything and we left. And she said, I took all day. I am, Judy. I have a protective blue bubble up around me all the time. All the time. But it's interesting because I'm watching her. She's starting to amend how she's talking. Okay. Because I'm on her all the time about her negative talk. I said, you're giving mixed signals to the universe. Okay? Because yeah, exactly, Jack. It doesn't do any good to give thanks to God every night if you're complaining and going to the negative on everything during the day. You're giving the universe mixed signals, you know? That's crazy. No, I didn't tell her that. I'm afraid to take her to Parker, where Parker and Castle Rock has one restaurant that's really exceptional. I'm afraid to take her there. I just don't want to eat anywhere with her anymore. That's what I was saying. I told her earlier that jaguar she was seeing was a totem, and she looked at me like, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, Joe. Hey, Joe. And
Yo.
she went and looked up what a totem was. What are you doing, Judd?
I'm just getting my webcam set up here.
Ah.
I was going to break out the old new tarot deck.
Exactly, Jack. And I keep asking this person, who are you? She's flabbergasted. She has no idea. I said, sit down and write some things. So I told her today, sit down and write down some of the accomplishments that you made in your life. Oh, Jano wants to know which deck.
I'm gonna show in just a second. I got to get my web camera moving here. Hold on. Hold on. I got the Labyrinth Tarot from the classic 1980s movie, The Labyrinth. It is a ginormous deck. When I tell you it is ginormous, you will see in about 5 seconds. It's the biggest tarot deck I've ever seen. It's 5 times the size of a normal card. All right, here we go.
We all watched that movie.
Yo. So this is how big the cards are.
Wow.
So I can't really shuffle them very well, but you know what? We just kind of go with it. Oh. So what has been the topic of tonight here?
What is love?
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
Joe
No.
decided to copy the route of his wife and her decks for tarot.
What's up?
Was she the first one that ordered that deck? Was Ashley the first one that ordered that deck?
Oh, this one? No,
Yeah.
this is my Christmas present.
Ah,
I never thought I would see it, but my mother actually got me a tarot deck.
your mother?
Yeah, my mother. Yeah. Yep. Well, we were in Davenport, and it was one of those where she didn't get anything for me, and she's like, "Well, we're here. Is there anything that suits your fancy that you could be surprised on?" And I'm trying to think of the last deck I bought. Was the Game of Thrones tarot. I haven't bought a deck in a long time.
Yeah.
So I got this one, and it's upstairs, but I got a tarot deck based off of the video game Skyrim, which is pretty interesting. I haven't really played with that one yet.
Uh-huh. Tarot deck with a giant ego.
Tarot deck with what?
Let me tell you about Joe a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Joe was raised in a family that doesn't believe in God.
Yeah.
Okay. So Joe became a medium. Joe had this great, big, huge ego.
That big.
Oh, it was big.
I was known in the Denver metro area for my mediumship. Yes. Now, did I let it get to my head? Maybe a time or two. There may have been an occasion on there, but yeah.
So
all paths lead to where they're at. So
then he got involved with the Science of Mind Church, not Scientology, Science of Mind Church, and that has mellowed him out a lot, and changed his whole spiritual concept. So it's been quite an adventure watching Joe go through these changes.
you make it sound like I was just like an interim being Benny Hahn, for God's sake.
Oh my God. That Skyrim deck is okay. Doesn't match the game much, which the game is awesome. ESO rocks. Joe was a big ass.
Who said I was a big ass? My wife?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably my wife.
She says marriage changed him. But you know what? Ashley, I watched him go through a lot of changes. Him and I had some major battles too about his ego. We had some major battles about his ego. So he did tone it down a little bit before he got back with you. I don't think he could have got back with you if he hadn't toned down that ego.
I love you too, my friend. Thank you.
The Nightmare Before Christmas deck? Ooh. Yeah, well, he, between you and me, we can play ping pong with him. Oh, yeah, I always told him you guys were going to get back together. I always knew that.
Yeah. I remember when I said that you were crazy for that, and it's probably mid 2016 ish.
Yeah. Yeah. It took a long time, but you guys did it. And now you're going to have a baby. Joe's going to
Yep.
be daddy. Joe and Ashley.
Yep.
The last deck I got was, let's see, I got the Dreamweaver's Oracle and the Tree of Life Oracle. Oh, and somebody just got me the Moonology Oracle cards for Christmas.
You and your Oracle decks, I swear. How many Oracle decks do you really have? Like 25, 30?
No, about 40, 50.
Jesus. I mean, the only thing that I won't complain about is you got me to get the Animal Spirit one by Colette Baron Reed. And that's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have gotten that one had you not had it, and then I started to pilfer it a little bit anytime we hung out.
Jojo says I got the Garbage Pail Kids deck for Christmas. I didn't even know they had one.
Yeah, it's not bad.
That's funny. So I pulled a Moonology card for somebody the other night, and it said the new moon in Libra, but it was the full moon in Libra the next day. I said, boy, that's close. That's real close. Yeah.
Casey, I drew the turtle for you.
For me,
For the turtle.
Mother
Turtle.
Earth energy.
Turtle. Slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady wins the race. What are you being asked to slow down on right now?
I think
That I don't know about.
I just need to have patience with this health stuff. I think it's going to shift. I'm becoming more aware of things.
I just think you need to start running half marathons. That's what you need to do.
I'm going to start some Tai Chi and some chair yoga. So I can at least get some movement in, because I've been sitting at home for 3 years because of all this COVID stuff. You can't tell me that doesn't have a lot to do with it.
Oh, I've gained 15 pounds, so
Yeah.
COVID can kiss my arse. As soon as the weather gets a little bit better, I'm gonna start being out disc golfing every chance I get. Before baby's born.
I may even have more than 40. I don't know, because I have a lot of different tarot decks. I like to collect them. That's one of my things. I collect angels, and I collect oracle and tarot decks.
Yep, she has more than 40. I will tell you that. I've seen the boxes.
I think, but a lot of those are different tarot decks. I have Celtic tarot decks. I have Native American tarot decks.
As long as I don't see you use the Marchetti deck. Ugh. That one makes me cringe.
Which one?
The Marchetti deck.
The two decks that I use the most.
Oh. Like, you use that Marchetti deck more than I used the Witch's Tarot back in the day, and it's like I feel like if a deck could be like worn out saying, "Stop, don't use me anymore," I feel like that's like what the Marchetti deck screams at you.
Yeah.
I've had enough. No more. No mas.
Now you guys make me want to take inventory and see which tarot decks and which oracle decks I have.
Now, see, the question is how long is my child going to go without reading tarot? That is the elephant in the room question. Or it'll really freak me out when my kid starts being a practitioner to me. Then that's going to really shut me up real quick.
You know those plastic over the door shoe holders? Okay.
Mhm.
I have one of those in my bedroom upstairs that's full of cards.
This is what we call withdrawal. Must get another deck. Which one do you want? What haven't you bought yet that you're wanting to get?
I bought just about everything I want on Hay House.
Hmm.
They keep having, these sales, half price and stuff, and when I
Do you
I buy
do you
them.
remember that live that we did where I was a little blitzed and I started using the Tarot of the Pirates, the deck that I only use when I'm a little two sheets to the wind, and I did some research and I can't find where that deck is, but apparently it's worth like $300, and it doesn't exist anymore. It's been discontinued.
Oh my goodness. I've got a couple of those.
And then I had a kawaii. I had like a cartoonish deck. I don't know where that one is. That was one of my favorites too.
I have some of the original cards from Doreen Virtue and what's his name they did together.
Was this before or after Doreen Virtue went all
This
righteous?
is before.
Oh, okay.
Before. This is when she was selling them. It's a shame that she's no longer listening to her intuition. But then maybe that's what she came to experience,
Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen this in a while. So you're making me go down memory lane here.
The
Making
kid
me go down.
with a full card in hand. That's funny.
This is my favorite. My favorite oracle.
Which one?
The Stephen Farmer. The
Oh.
Power.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else do we got in here that I haven't gotten out in a long time? There's Game of Thrones. Haven't touched that in a while. I've just been too busy.
Yeah,
Too busy.
I have the Stephen Farmer Oracle deck here too. But it's spirits in Nature Oracle.
Oh, here's another one. This is one my older sister randomly gave me because she couldn't use it anymore. And this one's like $280. I've never seen it before. I haven't seen it sold online. Called the Visions Tarot.
Deck Mojo's gonna release his My Girl Oracle deck. It will be out soon.
I just want a big giant marijuana tarot deck. I think that's what we need to have. One suit for doing dabs. Another one for each individual.
Yeah.
Indicas, sativas. In heaven's name, there's this on the bottom.
I like Oracle cards because sometimes, when you pull one card from each deck and ask a question beforehand, it's like sitting there and having a direct conversation with the universe, So JoJo is also going to release the Tarot del Toro. Yeah, Yeah, he's got all kinds of decks and stuff coming.
You know, something that I haven't ended up doing, though, that I've been wanting to do for a while is I had this. I don't know if you remember. Do you remember when we used to have Christmas exchanges for DTM that were at the Mercury Cafe?
I
Did you ever?
no, I was never
You didn't?
there.
Oh, well, anyway, one of the years I had this Morgan Greer deck that did not like me for some odd reason, and I exchanged it for this set of Nordic runes that I've never gotten into in reading. That's on the to-do list for something I would love to teach a class on that I haven't. It's on the to-do list. Oh,
I am still waiting for that the Norman Grand Tableau mat.
it's in my car. Okay, it's in my car. I am sorry. I have not made my way south or north to you.
Oh no.
I'm too busy right now working 70 hours a week trying to keep my sanity. So unless you want to see
You
me
never,
all wackadoo,
how did it go last night?
exactly how I thought. No sabotage yet. Sabotage to later to be determined.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think there'd be any sabotage, but yeah.
The interesting part, though, is I found out that the person that we're talking about is world renowned, and he's a lot more popular than I realize.
What?
And people got really giddy when they found out who that person was. So,
Oh, interesting.
so I'm hoping that things will be wiser.
Yeah, that's be nice.
But I'll leave it at that comment. I got to be very careful in what I say.
I know. So what else did the turtle say?
The turtle, meaning the card that you had,
Yeah.
slow and steady wins the race. You want me to read the rest of it to you?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go book style here. Today in the Oracle deck, page 182, slow and steady wins the race. The Oracle message. The turtle spirit arrives to remind you that when you do what you need to do, putting one foot in front of the other and trusting that you will see your intentions manifest in perfect timing, your prosperity and love will grow exponentially. Now is not the time to rush around trying to force matters. Move slowly. Perhaps even so slowly that it feels as if you're not moving at all. This may be time to crawl before walking. Taking your time to align with the turtle spirit place as you contemplate this road you're on. Doing what you need to do in the small moment that will soon pass. The turtle spirit reminds you that sometimes the best action is to slow down. So it feels that you're not doing enough, knowing that simply being aware of what is happening right now may be an important step towards determining whether you need to pivot or simply putting one foot in front of the other. True love and true success comes with patience. Says the turtle spirit, focus on the now, and the next step will be clear. And so it is.
You have no choice but to slow down.
I think you should speed up. I think you should just start running laps. Like I said, doing some 5Ks. Let's do some half marathons. Let's do it.
And that's my number, Jack, is 11. And in my numerology number is 11. My address is 11. What else? There was something else. Something else was 11. I have a lot of 11s in my life. Joe, I pulled if a cat curls around the moon for you.
Oh. Mojo said that the kid's gonna pop out with the Fool card in hand.
Yeah, I saw that. Okay, it's a sign to release yourself from enmeshments and claim the freedom and independence to be your own person with healthy boundaries. Is that not appropriate?
Oh,
If you've gone along just to get along or engaged in people pleasing, you might be concerned about the consequences of saying no. What would happen if you set a boundary and chose what you really wanted? Don't give your power away to someone else's reaction. It's more important to choose what feels right and true for you. Celebrate your uniqueness too. Choosing to do things your way doesn't mean you're doing anything to promote endings or drama. It's a healthy separation to have your own views, your own perspectives, and still be engaged. Codependent relationships are always unhealthy and unsupportive in the long run. Speak up, share your mind, and be okay with learning from others who have different ideas. You don't have to agree with them if it's not right for you. As
does it
people,
say anything if it's a moronic idea? Because I've heard a lot of moronic ideas come in my direction this week.
as people, we need each other. We weren't built to live on our own, and now you're being wholly supported as a unique being, able to love and be loved and be yourself, allowing healthy independence to replace the sticky quality of draining relationships. No matter what your inquiry, when a cat curls around the moon, it's a sign to step back and assess what you really want, how you really feel, and how you want to feel. Only then can you step forward. You can't go wrong. Is that not a spot on card?
For this week, it is for sure.
Hi, Loose Love. How you doing, hon? You haven't been for a while. Anybody else want a card? Oh, I have never, ever, ever hung out at the clubs, Mojo. I was always too shy and quiet. And at one time, I had the perfect body. Okay? I had that 36, 24, 36 body. And my first husband used to take me to the bar, and I remember standing there a few times, and somebody'd go by and grab my ass. It's like, I didn't know how to deal with that. He took me, we used to go to dinners when we went to Arizona and parties with all these millionaires in Mesa, Arizona. And they'd all be over here making all these propositions to me. And I was quiet and shy, and I didn't know how to handle all that stuff. All my ex did was just laugh because he thought it was funny. It's like, yeah, I was always introverted and didn't know how to deal with any of that shit. I still wouldn't. That's why I said, I tell the girls all the time, man, if I ever have another relationship, you girls will be holding my hand through the whole thing.
Oh, I think you're gonna get married. How about them apples? Be married next year, Casey. You got this.
But that's funny because that's what my horoscope's talking about. Okay, so
I mean, I want to officiate a wedding as a practitioner. Come on.
yeah. Okay, so Jojo wants a card. Jack wants a
One of
card.
us.
Judy wants a card. Loose Love wants a card. Jano wants one. Commodore, would that be a brick house?
The brick down house. I feel like getting. I think I'm gonna use my one I haven't used in a while.
Okay, so Jojo wanted a card first.
All right, JoJo.
Weavers watch the dragons fly. Let me see.
Oh, that's funny.
Be the observer, be curious, seeing the big picture, not taking anything personally, okay? It says sometimes we get so involved in our feelings about things, we begin to believe we are these emotions. They become part of our identities. Who does it belong to, Jojo? Part of our story forever. Instead of understanding the transience of opinions, we become trapped by our beliefs about the world and our part in it. These ideas harden and stiffen until they form a tight container around our possibilities. While a container might be a good thing, we find ourselves trapped in an old story. A good question to ask now about the subject you want this oracle to illuminate is, what am I making this mean? What if you removed your assumptions? What if nothing is ever personal? Now's the time to look at your situation and see it for what it is. Step back and look at the bigger picture. Remain neutral and curious. Be willing to explore it from a different perspective. There's so much more to discover here, so it's important not to get caught up in being right or getting caught in the smallest details that obscure a more expansive potential. Even in the most joyful times, you still run the risk of thinking it will always be that way, when everything will change and evolve, even transcend this forever place, because this is the truth of life. You're on a beautiful journey, and if you remain open and hopeful and willing to discover things that are unknown to you, that gift of curiosity will lead you to treasure beyond your wildest dreams. Like the dream weavers watch the dragons fly, so should you observe your inner and outer worlds in the same manner. When you really learn to pay attention and say, that's interesting, the hidden doors of perception swing wide. Such wisdom has always lived within you. Did you know you were so unfortunate? Stay open.
Okay, I'm gonna say why that's interesting. Is because I drew the lizard form.
Ah,
So it's pay attention to your dreams and visions. And the idea of having a dream journal is really coming out right now as far as something to make you aware of. Because if you don't, if you're having things that are in your head subconsciously in there, there's power in getting up for a second and writing a few thoughts so you remember your dreams and what your vision is that you're putting out there.
so they're pretty much the same thing, huh?
Yep. We are very aligned. But we've been aligned for years though, Casey, so that's not really that much of a surprise, is it?
Okay, Jack. Time to feed the hungry heart. Ooh. Good, 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 good. Keep it up, Jojo. Okay. Time to feed the hungry heart. Well, Jack Wolf. Time out. Self-care. A need to regroup and replenish. Time for nourishment. There are times when you work so hard and move so fast, juggling so many things and putting others first, that you don't remember to take care of yourself. Gee, Jack, is that not hitting it on the nose? When this happens, you start to feel burned out. You might resist this knowledge and force yourself through the exhaustion to prove you're a hero, to show how far you can push yourself. After all, it's impressive being the too busy one. The one who handles it all, isn't it? Well, the universe is not impressed at all. Do you know that the world will continue to spin if you take some time to take care of yourself? Do you remember what kind of books or shows that you love to explore for the sake of fun? You must build yourself up with stories of hope and redemption, love and goodness, triumph and truth if you want to write it into your own story. Maybe you need a hot bath and a good cry, or not, a hug from a pet, dancing for the sake of it, a walk where you don't bring your list of to-dos with you. You can accomplish so much more if you include rest, relaxation, fun, spending quality time with loved ones, healthy food, and lots of self-love to your menu. It's time to feed your hungry heart. Feed it with love. Doing Jack. Get out of the club and stop pole dancing. That's funny.
So, Jack, I drew the possum for you. Says have a backup plan. So, I agree with what Casey said, but I think there's a little bit more layers about taking a second and being a little bit more of an observer as things around the universe are kind of going in here, and just allow yourself to be malleable as the situation allows, to me, this backup plan is much more specific about moving forward and having options when you need to get yourself out of danger or situations that are energetically not playing into what you need to. So that's the backup plan, is finding something else that is a little bit better energetically speaking, and then taking the wisdom of realizing it. That's what I got for you. All right, who's next? I lost track here.
Judy.
Judy. All
Judy.
right, just keep on giving me names here. I'm just not paying attention. I'm just going into the channel. And
Judy, when the birds sing gratitude. Gratitude is the essential power of manifestation. This is your faith, your gratitude. The law of praise, saying thanks in advance of goodness. Right now, you're being reminded of the quickening power of the law of praise, saying thank you before actually receiving these good things you desire in life as a magical, sacred act. You may have been taught to say grace over your food, blessing it and giving thanks for nourishing your body. Most people know to say thank you after receiving something, expressing gratitude for what they have already. This is a conditional gratitude. You need the result to be there and complete before you feel it. The true manifestation power of gratitude is the declaration in advance of your needs being met. You do not need to rely on anything being in the outer world before you express appreciation. Saying thank you is the abracadabra of life. It calls beauty and grace to you, reminding you of your humility. As part of life, you are a grain of sand on a beach, blessed to live this brief time on earth. Gratitude is the key to your question right now. Can you be thankful for whatever happens? Can you show appreciation for the highest good of all? Thank you!
Bless you.
And not just for yourself? Can you see this adventure called life through the eyes of gratitude, humility, and kindness? Is this not appropriate, Judy? This is everything that you've been going through. Yes, be thankful for all that you have experienced up until now. All your loved ones, fresh air, the food on your plate. Be grateful for the divinity in you. Look around you. All things are sacred. Praise what you see and what you don't see yet. Miracles are waiting for you to call them to life. Thank you, Jojo.
Okay. So I'm seeing I drew the coyote for you.
Uh-oh.
The coyote. I had to flip it here. So with the coyote here, we're talking about accepting what isn't serving us on here, but it's accepting what doesn't serve us. It's accepting parts and aspects of us that we need to move past. And as I was drawing this card on here, I had a very specific tarot card that came to vision on here, and that is the Two of Wands. And why that's important for you is because you have two things that are very wise observers here. So you have the coyote, who can sit and can have vision and is wise beyond their years and can look over a situation and analyze it and make a meticulous move. But the other aspect of here is the eagle that is in this Two of Wands. So I just wanted to show it. I'll bring it up to my camera here, so hopefully you can see it. It likes me. Hold on, waiting for it to go through. But anyway, the eagle on here soars, and they're looking over and kind of gaining perspective, vision over the whole surrounding area. And that's really kind of what you're doing right now through your life, is you're trying to find the specific vision that you have and kind of look at it as Casey would say, from the conscientious observer perspective, and kind of be able to look down and see everything in front of you. So it's really, for me, the basis of what the message I get is on vision. The Wile E. Coyote, yep. It's on vision more than anything else. It's not about necessarily being the right or the wrong. It's having the vision to get yourself specifically out of the what's right or wrong and into the looking at the big picture. Casey, you're up.
Okay, loose love. Okay, when the weavers built the sun, legend has it when the dream weavers built the sun, they created a huge ball of fire so they could see all the miraculous things they wove into being. They needed light and more life force energy to flood our world so life could grow and flourish. The big dream didn't exist before they imagined what could be. They made it up as they went along, with no plans to follow nor certainty about how to do it. They claimed it energetically and followed the prompts of the conscious universe. Their partner, they made an impossible thing real. Right now, you're in a similar place. You have a big dream, but you don't know the how yet. Sometimes you wonder whether it's even possible and wonder if it's not meant to happen at all. Looking at the chaos in the world, you wonder if it's selfish to feel that you deserve any of your desires. Do not give up on your dreams. Something unique that will serve the greater good wants you to call it to life. You were given this idea as a gift from the divine, and it is your mission to forge a new path to bring it here. If you knew the how of it, it would mean that you're not dreaming big enough. Whatever your dream, we need you to begin now. It's time to act. Hold the vision of success, but not too hard, and lead into this greatness, your greatness. Just think of how many you touch when you take this action. Trust that you were made for this. Step forward and keep walking, one step at a time, and the universe will open the doors one by one. And one of the things I tell everybody on here all the time, hon, is ask for something and then give gratitude for it as if you already have it every day. That's showing faith and trust that it's coming. Okay?
So, in Science of Mind teaching, which I'm a practitioner of, we talk about how we pray is we pray knowing a greater truth is already here. So we're not praying to a God or praying to a being. We are praying knowing for our own divine intelligence that we're one with spirit, that we're one connected, and that everything that we have taps into that universal mind that we have. Every thought, every feeling, every hope, every desire is part of that universal mind. And I'm really glad that Casey went first again, because you got what is my favorite card, which is the Black Panther. And the Black Panther is all about passion. It's about following your heart, your intuition. It's about being heart-centered, heart first. It's about walking that path of spiritual righteousness, of spiritual this desire
Yeah.
to walk the spiritual path, but to walk it without fear. And I think that's the most important part about the Panther is, yes, they may be intimidating, but they walk very openly. They walk heart-centered, heart first. They walk that path knowing that they're this majestic creature, this majestic being, that they're meant to be that beauty. Almost like a peacock, they have this beautiful like energy that's there. So, I think that's really cool here. And what I would say as far as the passion side is, there's not a way of going against your passion. And the end of the day, when you are spiritually tuned in, there's no wrong path. All paths lead you to where you need to go, regardless. And these things that are in our life, these experiences are teaching moments. And God knows that both Casey and I have had enough teaching moments to where we could have an Encyclopedia Britannica just on each year. I think 2016, Casey, I think we would have had a big, what do you think? 2015, 2016?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So 2017 was the year we tried to make our own tarot group work in Denver, and everything just went, ugh. It was an interesting experience.
That's
I miss it. I miss it, but different paths. Different paths. All right, I got.
good, good. She says I really needed these messages. I am exactly at that moment.
All right, I got one more in me because I think Jano was the last one.
Yeah. When you're neither here nor there. Ooh. You need to make some choices, Jano. Okay, let's see. Are you feeling a little lost because your goals and intentions seem so far away? You know you cannot live your old life anymore, so with one foot still in the past and one reaching for the future, you discover you're in an in-between world. The place still has flavors of your past, but it's also brightly colored by the glittering dreams of your future. You're just not there yet. This is a wondrous time to explore, for this is where you get to reconsider your past, choosing to see it as sacred and beautiful and not something to discard or run away from. If you can bless all that has brought you here right now, you'll see your time between the worlds will not be long at all. Is there anything at all you need to release in this liminal space? Do you need to cut any cords to old thinking? Are any of your old stories or unfinished business niggling at you? Now's the perfect time to consider an inventory to ensure you're not bringing any old baggage forward on this journey with you. More important, you must see how far you've come. You are an extraordinary being of light blessed by the universe, here on purpose. Trust your dreams and desires are sacred. They matter, and in the perfect form they will arise to greet you on the other side of the in-between, where you may sometimes feel you're neither here nor there. Bring yourself to this moment and make effective use of it. Bless your life. You have nothing to lose on this adventure. And this reminds me of the world card. You know how she's standing right in the middle of the gateway right there? You're just right there. You just have to make a choice. You just need to make a step and just move forward, you know? Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead. Are you sure? Is it my turn?
Yes.
You gonna tag me in? You tag?
Yeah.
Come on, you're killing me, Casey. You're killing me. All right. So for you, Jano, I got the porcupine, the porcupines. So it's interesting because where Casey started to talk is exactly where I was going to go about releasing things that don't serve us on here. And the word that specifically does come to me here is specifically shame. And there is an energetic, almost like it's more of a cord than anything else that's attached to shame right now that is in how you're talking about certain things in the past. Realize that cord that connects, it can connect to all your different chakras. It can connect to your throat chakra. It can connect in your truth and how you're communicating things. It can connect to your third eye chakra. When you're having connection, when you're having messages from spirit, it can be trying to work against that, not allowing you to get deep into that world presence where you're able to see the whole picture, where you're chimed in, where you are spiritually in alignment. So what I would say on here is, we talked about the word inventory came up earlier. And I think for you, I think there's a need for figuring out things in an inventory that can be released and figuring out a way that works for you to start that process. It could be burning. It could be doing a releasing prayer. It could be a different spiritual practice, but figure out something that resonates with you that will allow you to release what is that that chord that's there. There's something that's, when I see energy, it oftentimes, like when it's specifically chords, it appears to me like a neon light that's like flashing. And for you, it's almost like it's like pressing. So there's a need for you to do this sooner rather than later. So that would be my words of wisdom, is to figure out what that looks like for you.
So I pulled a card for me, since Joe pulled a card for me to start with. It's such a beautiful feeling to know that you are truly seen by another or by a whole community. I'm going to cry. When you are known, accepted, and witnessed by others, you have a wonderful sense of connection and communication. You feel the grounded safety of belonging. These are the kinds of relationships present in your life now, and they provide you with plenty of room to grow. The sense of connection rises from a space of transparency, honesty, trust, and radical self-acceptance. You naturally invite others to see you as you see yourself in the fullness of your expression. When you shine, it comes from a true desire to share, and that is compelling and attractive to others who can appreciate you. Know that right now you are seen, witnessed, respected, and appreciated and accepted. You don't have to look for approval, for you already have it. Remember that you shine on behalf of the divine. And isn't it amazing that all the willows know your name? Doesn't that feel good? Oh my God.
So, Casey, I think we should take a second and talk about Luce's comment.
I know, I saw that. Yes.
You want to go first, or you want me to go first on that?
So, I don't pull the cards. The universe pulls the cards. You know, nothing is an accident. I was talking about this earlier. Okay. Sometimes I sit down and pull oracle cards, and it's like sitting down and having a direct conversation with God. I could pull out 4 decks. I can ask a question with each deck, and it answers each one of my questions perfectly. The divine is what sets up the cards and tells you exactly what you need. It's nothing I do. It's nothing you do. It's something that the universe steps in and does. There's, one of the things I say is thank you, universe, for everything you do for me, seen and unseen. Because how much time, well, we don't have time, but how much effort do you think the universe puts in to coordinating you to bring you to the right place at the right time with the right card in order to let you know that you are not alone, that the universe is responding to you, that the universe understands exactly what you are needing and what you need to hear. Okay? Does that make sense, hon? Thank you, God, for everything you do for me, seen and unseen, because what's going on behind the scenes in order to coordinate you being at the right place at the right time to meet the right people or to win that lottery ticket or whatever. Okay? The universe arranges everything, hon. Everything. Does that make sense? And you're welcome, Jano.
So, I think the most important thing about connecting to God or spirit or the divine, pick a word choice here, a higher calling, I think the most important part is slowing down your brain. I think that's the most important part. When we slow down our brain, nothing else really allows to be in that space. It allows us to get thoughts that are free from the ego. We get the ability to slow down, slow our brain down, slow whatever's happening in the day, not allow it to be in our space. It all starts with slowing down. And if we have the ability of doing that and just giving ourselves 5 or 10 minutes, that's the first step right there. The next step to me in knowing how to connect is seeing things around you and making an acknowledgement of them as divine gifts. I wake up and I see bright sunshine. I see a beautiful day out. I see snow on top of the mountains. Well, thank you, God, for that beautiful image that I get to see. Thank you for that day that I get to do. I go and I do my job, but I know that oftentimes I'll talk to somebody at my full-time job and they'll say something like, well, you're exactly the person I needed to talk to. And while that may be a true statement, the opposite is also true. I meant to talk to that person, to share that wisdom, to share that journey, to be a conscientious observer, and to see. And that's to me what divine connection is. It is not only seeing your own divinity, but it's seeing the divinity in other people, places, and things. That's my answer.
So it's interesting to me that you end up back here. Okay, this is our channel. This is not my channel. This is our channel. It's mine and yours and Jack's and Joe's and JoJo comes on and Jano comes on and Judy's here. You know, Judy is like a main staple. When Judy doesn't show up, everybody's worried, you know. For you to come feel safe enough to come back here and ask questions, you are part of our soul group, hon. This channel is based on no judgment, in you feeling safe and secure and on the same energy level as the rest of us, you know. It's just, and I'm not saying that we haven't had ego pop up on here, but we've done a really good job of not falling into judgment and people's egos and stuff. You know, it's always going to pop up sometime, but this is an awesome group of people, honey. These people are very loving, caring, nurturing, and non-judgmental. And this is a place of non-judgment, and I am grateful that you feel safe enough to come in here and ask questions. Just remember, though, be careful who you ask for readings, because when you ask for people for readings, you are opening up their energy field to them also, okay?
Yeah.
But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad we can always help, you know, and people reach out to me on Messenger, on Facebook, and email and stuff, and ask questions all the time. That's what we're here for, is to support each other, you know. We're here as a group to make a difference. It's not just my group, it's our group. Okay?
Yeah.
And you are always, always welcome here as part of our group. You know, and that's what my card was talking about is look at the community I have. I have loving, supporting people. I don't have a lot of people that are coming in and out right now, because everybody's going through a lot of life changes, but I do have people that come back and listen to them later. But the group of people I have are awesome, loving, caring, nurturing people, and I am so blessed and so grateful that all of you feel safe enough to come in here. It's just, I am honored. Namaste, you know, I am so honored. You know, and thank you for being here. Hey, Jason, are you back? You gonna come in and talk to us tonight, Jason?
I'm gonna let Jason switch with me here. I think I'm gonna get some early sleep for tonight. But yeah. I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay.
Later,
good night, Joe.
Good night.
Good night. You gonna come in, Jason? Lots of changes going on for. You're just sorting the bases for pizza you're making. Yeah. Joe's wife is a pistol. She's a pistol. She'll keep him in line. I'm glad you're cooking for your mom, though. I bet she appreciates it. You know, men really do make the best cooks. My dad was an awesome cook. You ask my kids. I think that's one of the reasons my kids like to cook so much. You know, he used to make, the apple pies and cherry pies he used to make. Oh my gosh. He had his own trees, his own apples. They were awesome. But yeah, men really do make the best cooks. Anybody else have anything they want to talk about tonight? It's like we might have to wait for Jason next week. Yeah. Jojo, you still awake? Okay, you don't need to go on to StreamYard, hon. You just need to click on this link. Just click on this link, hon. It's going to ask you to turn on your microphone and your camera. Good night, Judy. Love you too, hon. I think Jojo must went to sleep. Casey had some exciting news, but she was so tired, she didn't stay on. My oldest daughter would have needed to go to bed earlier. She would have been here tonight because she's leaving at 4 a.m. for St. Louis with her bosses. She hates to travel. She hates to travel. Ugh. I don't know, Jack. I haven't. I've emailed her a few times and she doesn't answer. I think she's just got a lot of things going on. You know? Has she been on any of the other channels? You're going to have a breakfast? Is it morning there? You're welcome, hon. She's just got, I know Star's just got a lot of things going on. Have you seen her on any of the other channels, hon? And Teardrops has been dealing with some health issues, so everybody say some prayers for Teardrops too. Yeah, I haven't been on here much either, hon. I've been trying to catch up the house again and get rid of stuff still, so. But I'm sure she'll be back when she can. She'll be back when she can. I stopped in a conoceria and bought some tamales. Yeah, lots of downloads and lots of work. I bet. I bet. And I bought some tamales, and they were some of the worst tamales I've ever had in my life. Ugh. There's not a lot around here. I have to almost drive all the way to Denver to find a good one. Or drive down to Colorado Springs. Are you doing a job that you like now, Jack? Is it something that you like? I hope, for your sake. Little Miss Bossy's sleeping. Lots. Yeah, I know where you're not moving to. Are you saying you're not moving to Denver? There's a lot of them in Denver. And Aurora, and Colorado Springs, and Pueblo, but you won't move any place that's got weather lower than your age. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of places there's a couple places down here in Parker and Castle Rock that have authentic Mexican food. Yeah. Yeah, the one down here in Elizabeth, I just loved it until I took her with me. And then the food was terrible. It's like, she's a jinx with food. I know how to make most of that Mexican food myself. In fact, I was looking for some. I was going to get some roast and make some carne asada. Yeah. What I want is some carnitas. Yeah. Yeah, I even want to get some oxtails or some pig's feet and make some menudo. Oh my gosh. Haven't had any good menudo for a while. We have like 5 Mexican restaurants in the area, and none of them, well, I take it back. The one we went to last night has menudo. But I haven't tried their menudo, so yeah. Yes, it is some serious work. It is. In fact, I might just get pig's feet and oxtails. Yeah, that would be even better. I just need to, I think a week from Monday, I'll be down that way. I'm going to go down to the Mexican store. Yeah. I know how to make tortillas too. Homemade fresh tortillas. Only now I have to make them gluten-free. Oh yeah, there's quite a few places in Denver that have the best menudo. There's a little place called Tamale Kitchen. It's on Morrison Road in Denver. That has some of the best darn menudo you will ever taste. Everybody comes from all over Colorado to go get menudo at this place. Their tamales are so-so, but their menudo is the best. And their green chili, to die for. And there's a place down here called Chubby's. I don't know if you ever ate any of the Chubby's when you were living out here. But the original Chubby's is still there, and there's Chubby's all over the place now. They have some of the hottest damn chili in the state. Woo! You have steam coming out of your ears when you eat that chili. Yeah. I'm telling you, there's been some interesting coincidences with this born-again Christian. Okay? I talked to her about a totem earlier. Keep telling her to know. Oh, yeah. I've been telling her to know thyself, so she got a tea bag. She just sent me a picture. The purpose of life is to know thyself. Love yourself, trust yourself, and be yourself. It's like the universe is reinforcing everything I'm telling her. Yeah, I know her. There's a lot of good places to eat down in Denver. It's just getting down there. I need to get on the oxygen tanks again and not on this because I fell on my butt last night because I got dizzy from not having enough oxygen from this little portable tank. No, it's not a tank, it's a portable compressor. It doesn't put out enough oxygen for me. Hi, Rose. So yeah, and I've been craving Mexican food like crazy. What I'm craving is fat. I am doing better, Rose. I am. I'm craving fat. That's why I keep talking about oxtails. You know, oxtails have that layer of fat. I could sit there, to heck with the meat. Give me the fat. And my body is craving fat like crazy. So it might be because I haven't ate a lot of fat that, it's needing it or something, But some menudo with some oxtails and pig's feet. I'm going to go tomorrow. If it's nice enough tomorrow, I'm going tomorrow. I keep saying that I am getting better and better every day, every second. You were craving carbs? Yeah. Jack Sprat could eat no fat. Yeah, and I was telling Casey, I said, man, I feel like I could jump on a big old pile of oxtails like a dog starving and just eat through all those oxtails in 30 seconds, man. I'm just craving fat so much. But then I don't eat a lot of fat, Yeah. But apparently I need it. And what helps me a lot is the kombucha. The kombucha stopped all the stomach pain. I had an appointment last week for the gastro doctor, but I had to cancel it. And it's the 22nd of next month. But I think by summer, if we get this, if it is SIBO, small intestinal bacteria overgrowth, which I'm sure it is because every time I take antibiotics, I get better, then we'll be able to have a game plan. I'll know what I can and can't eat, which I can't and cannot eat a lot of things anyway. So this will be interesting. I was kind of craving pasta the other day, Rose. But man, the big thing is the fat. Give me some fat. Or a beef rib. To heck with the meat. Just give me the fat. Ah, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So how are you doing tonight, Rose? How are you doing tonight? And Jack, you never answered me. Are you in a job that you like now, at least? Yeah, my thoughts are on losing weight. You're good. Good. I would look into some yoga and Tai Chi, hon, because those are the best exercises. They're slow, steady movements, but they're the best cardiovascular workout that you can do. Ooh, that's nice. You're alone. The house is peaceful and quiet. You've got some you time. That's awesome. I thought I had some me time last night, but the dog decided she was hungry. She ran up the stairs and then she started barking at me to come up. It's like, who's the boss of this house? She's telling me to get my butt up there? That's funny. Temporary means to an end. Yeah. Have you looked for any places down in New Mexico, Jack? And how is everybody in your household doing? Oh, actually, yes, huh? Yeah, because I keep something south of Las Vegas and north of Albuquerque. Las Vegas, New Mexico. So it's somewhere across the state between the lines across from Las Vegas, New Mexico to Albuquerque. So there's a whole stretch across the state there somewhere. Austin keeps telling me that he's moving to South Carolina, but I keep seeing him move north and west a little bit rather than north and east. I don't know. And I never want to know what I want to pick up with you, Jack, because you seem to be a major teacher for me to be able to bring out my abilities. Because sometimes when I tell you stuff and you confirm it, I'm just blown away. I need to get strong enough to go in and do Akashic records. I need to look at my Akashic records. And then other people. Yeah. Well, I hope you get whatever you want, Jack. You deserve it. You deserve it, hon. About 100 miles north of Las Vegas? Okay, because I keep picturing south of Las Vegas. So that's almost to the Colorado, New Mexico border, right? Raton. I know Raton. Yeah. I don't want to say nothing. Interesting. Raton, huh? Yeah, Raton gets cold too. Raton gets cold too, Jack. But at least you get some Mexican food down there. Either there or back home to Arizona. Which one feels lighter, Jack? Which one feels lighter, hon? Home feels lighter? Yeah. Would that be in that stretch of land across the middle of New Mexico, across the middle of Arizona? Because I see this strip. Because I feel like if you go to Raton, you won't be there very long. That's what I didn't want to say. Then go home, Jack. West of Sedona. Yeah. Yeah. Then do it. Then do it, hon. You've been wanting this for a long time. Isn't this the time to make your dreams come true? I did put up earlier, we were talking about what all the signs, Pluto and Aquarius for each one of the signs, what they're going through. We did talk about that. Mine will be relationships. It's like, oh. And then in May and June, my personal horoscope says, might be somebody coming in. And the Vedic astrology's been saying for 5 months now, there could be an unexpected marriage or somebody coming back from the past within the next year. So that would be by next July, probably. And I keep saying if it's somebody from the past, it has to be past life. It has to be. I'm not comfortable with the idea of Rob coming back at all. Not at all. Yeah. Might skip around a little bit and see if you could find it earlier, yeah. But we talked about it. What sign are you anyway? I can't keep track of everybody. Sedona is beautiful and the energy is awesome over there. It's just, I was so shocked 3 years ago when I went back to, and I drove to Sedona. The last time I had been there, it was just a little town, and now it's gigantic. It's like, wow, wow. Something new is coming my way. 2 degrees. Woohoo! 2 degrees Leo, 28 degrees Cancer on 5th house. Which one is your sun sign, hon? 28 degrees. Yeah. Okay. 28 degrees Cancer. Let me find it. This is on the degrees. Okay. This is what you came in to learn. This degree brings a preoccupation with money. Is Cancer your sun sign, Jack? On the 5th. Leo, set 2 degrees Leo. Okay. 28 Cancer. This degree brings a preoccupation with money, which may attract wealth or may be turned into miserliness, or both. There is considerable disagreement as to the influence here. If the rest of the chart shows a set tendency to a preoccupation with money, this degree would magnify the tendency. The Cancer tendency towards suspicion and caution come through here. The native is often somewhat intuitive and may pick up just enough cues to be confused. He also often acts on such cues and is able to explain his action. More often than not, it proves to be unreliable unless the intuitive facilities are highly developed in other ways. Okay. Okay, so what is the 2 degrees Leo? Let me find that. Two degrees Leo says there are potentially inspirational gifts in this degree, but the native is closely tied to those around him for better or for worse. There is a bit of inner weakness and a slightly too hard outer shell, but not enough to really suggest difficulty. There is even more potential if the native finds himself in the right environment. This person endures continual strain without going to extremes. He is tossed about by the winds of fortune, his own weakness, worry, and concern, while he often remains unaware of his potential. You have a tendency to do that even now. This is what you were learning when you were younger, right? He carries some kind of hidden knowledge which is untested and therefore unproven even to himself. And how many times have we talked about that? If these sources can be tapped and developed, his greatness will shine forth. However, many of these natives end up on the rocks for lack of a proper awareness and stimulation on the parts of others. If the native's true image is not reflected by those around him, he fails to recognize his or her own true worth. Yeah. You know nothing. None of us know anything, Jack. None of us know anything. Oh. Tinkerbell. Oh, this dog. I have a cone for her head because she keeps rubbing that eye, rubbing the scab off, and it's been months and months and months, and she doesn't let it heal. So I grabbed her last night and put some castor oil on it because it draws out, and put the cone on her head. So I've been letting her run around for a couple hours without it. But now she's starting to rub her face again. A demanding, controlling little pug. Now I know who Rose was. Interesting. If there's anything that I know, is we do not know anything. We are all here on a learning path. Well, if nobody has anything else they want to talk about, maybe we'll go ahead and close it up tonight. Did you want to know any more degrees, Jack? What we need to do is sit down and figure out our progressed planets and see where we're at and what we're learning at this period of time. I need to figure that out. So yeah, if we can figure out what degree and where we're at with our progressed planets, that would help us a lot with what we're learning. So yeah. Okay. So I guess we're going to close it down for tonight. So everybody have a good one. Oops, there's Jason. Hold on. I see you now.
Oh, it finally works for me.
So how's your cooking going?
Yeah, it's a bit different. Now it actually works. Starting now. Apparently the Mac doesn't support StreamYard, so I had to get a different browser for it. We're sorted out. It's my only week back in Adelaide, and then I go again on Wednesday. A few days home, and then away.
Yeah, we finally get to talk to you, huh?
Yeah, it's still a little bit laggy, but it works.
Yeah. Good. Now we're missing a star, huh?
No, very interesting day. It's been very hot where I am. It's been 75 degrees Celsius inside my excavator while I was away.
Jack is going to bed. Hi, Alban. So how are you doing physically?
Not too bad. No, had a little bit of wind with the promo.
And what are the doctors saying?
No, they've shrunk two of the cancers.
Good.
No, slowly getting better, which is good, but still a long road to go.
So are they going to keep up the chemo? And then
Yeah, definitely keep chemo up. Hang on, I'm just going to see if it stops the lag.
are they going to take the tumors out, or are they just going to keep shrinking them?
I've got 2 operations coming up.
Well, be sure and let us know so we can send some prayers out there.
Yeah, two more operations. Yeah, it'd just be nice to know when they're going to do it. So, and I'm out of Adelaide for probably the next 3-4 months now.
Yeah. As long as you're taking care of you, hon, that's all we're worried about.
Right. I think the outback has been much needed.
Oh yeah, being out in nature is always healing.
Absolutely amazing experience. It's wow. No.
Like I said, you are so privileged to be able to tour your own country, even though it's through work, you know? Do you sit down and talk to any of the elders you run across?
Yeah, and to be paid for it was the best. Not really. Haven't seen too many yet.
I would take a little bit of time to talk to some of the elders in the area and see what they can teach you too. I remember years and years ago, somebody was telling the story about they were, traveling across Australia and they ran into some of the indigenous people. And one of the medicine man told them that their totem was this animal that they'd never seen. And they drew a picture of I think it was a leopard. They told him that's what his totem was. And he explained to him that was a leopard and it was on another continent and stuff. And they were just amazed because they had never seen anything like that, So it's interesting to what we can learn from, the people around us. Oh, and don't fuss at me. Don't fuss at me. I know it's bedtime. She fussed at me last night from the top of the stairs telling me it was bedtime.
Yeah, no, it's definitely an amazing experience.
Yes. I'm always grateful for all the people.
And just to see how big Australia actually is like, wow.
Yeah. I'm just striving to get, through. I've gone through 26 states. I've got 24 more to go through to hit all 50 states. And I had planned on starting that 3 years ago, but then that's when I ended up sick. You went out? You went out? Let me see. You went out? Come on. I'll let you out.
Oh, there we go. I think I got rid of my echo.
So your mom's happy to have you home, huh?
Yeah, they were pretty worried when I went away, and that because I'd been pretty ill just before it.
Yeah.
And, that's not bad, actually. Let's see if this works now. There we go. I've got rid of the echo. I had it streaming on 2 different browsers.
Oh, no.
But no, it's been, they were a bit worried, but Mum hasn't been too well either, so her chemo had stopped working and whatnot. So I just kind of kept quiet and went and done what I needed to do, and that. But no, happy, everything's good. Can't complain. And the experiences I've just had out in the outback is just absolutely amazing. Like for a desert kind of place, it's actually pretty beautiful.
Awesome.
And like the little natural springs and stuff like that in the middle of absolutely nowhere. There's no trees, no nothing, and then all of a sudden you come across these little water holes that go into one of the inland salt lakes, and so it was good. We were going there to basically bath because you couldn't shower or anything in the water in the towns. It's disgusting. So it's a good thing what we're doing, and I've kind of already been promoted this year again. I'm not complaining. Yeah, wow, just a wow experience. But there's not too because of the heat. You don't see many of the locals or anything like that. But at night time, they kind of come out. It's extremely hot. It's so I don't know. I haven't got the converter in front of me to try and work it out, but it would be some of the days would be like over 150 for you guys. Well and truly, it's hot. But worth it. And then to see how these people have tried to survive out there, oh my god, it's wow. So mainly Aboriginal community.
Yeah.
Is there? Apparently, there's only 65 people in the town that live in the town. So I don't know. I think I've seen about 5.
But the still does he deserve clean water, you know?
Oh, definitely, because they pump their water now comes out of the old ancient seabeds, so it's all pumped up from the artesian basin, so it's salty and it smells like rotten eggs. It's disgusting, and on that side, no, it's a good thing we're actually doing for the communities that are there, and if I get this contract, I get pretty much the whole outback, which means the next 12 months will be a lot of travelling and exploring, which is good, and get paid well to do it. And now not on the tools anymore. That's even better again.
Yeah.
Just flat out supervisor now. So my first trip away, this next one, where I am not physically running the machines or anything like that. So a bit excited. It's all government work, which is even better. Not bad. I definitely won't complain. And then I got a new car, everything. Work bought me new ute and that sort of thing. So no, I'm happy.
Well, I'm excited for you. This is what it's going to be like for you in the next couple of years in Aquarius, you know?
I think the shift with everything is for Pisces, it's a definite big shift for them. It's definitely not complaining at all at the moment. It's keep up with it, and some of the places I've just been are probably some of the most spiritual in Australia, from all the old tribes, the old gateways to the outback, and that sort of thing where they'd be thousands of years ago, and stuff, understanding the living off the land, basically. Amazing, just amazing. And I've never seen so many stars in my life. Oh my god! Some of the pictures and that are just absolutely amazing. It's beautiful nothingness. It's different.
It really touches your heart, huh?
I think to know what we're doing is worth more than any money. That's for sure. You kind of help sustaining life.
Yeah.
And that, especially once you've been out in the actual conditions, because Australia, the size of Australia, you can put pretty much the whole of America inside of it.
Yeah.
And the only bits of civilization are on little coastal bits here, there, and whatnot. That's it. You get out into the actual country, and there is nothing.
Yeah.
Just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of nothing. It's wow.
That is so awesome that you can experience that.
Yeah, seen my first ever tornado, so that was cool. I've always wanted to go tornado chasing, and actually got footage of one. That was a very exciting day. The storm wasn't great, but but no, very different. Just dealing with the heat, so we'll see what it's like once it starts cooling down. I reckon it's going to be really cold. So try to keep my boys alive at the moment. That's the hardest bit.
Does it get real cold down there?
At night time for us, it doesn't really drop below 35 degrees Celsius. And I'll work it out when I can get my hands on something that's covered in flour and dough.
Yeah.
One of my only times I'm cooking while I'm home, and then I go again. So, all right, that's it. One night off. No, I don't complain. So I don't have to cook or anything while I'm away. Everything's provided for you.
Yeah.
So I've got the cabin I've got is owned by Donald Campbell's family, the one that set the land speed records years ago.
Uh-huh.
So that's like, yeah, cool, little bit of history, and it's lovely. Just keep looking after myself, and I just can't believe how that land speaks out there compared to other places I've gone. That's, wow, amazing.
I wonder how many lifetimes you spent out there.
Going there, I feel like I'm at home, because
Yeah.
all you really see is pebble roads and rusty trees. Well, when you do see trees, so it's sort of, I don't know, I feel completely at home when I'm out there. So I even looked at buying land while I was up there last trip. And I was like, I've got enough money on me to actually buy land here. So maybe next trip up, I might look at buying some land and then spend some time. I've already planned with my labourer and that one of our trips back that we're going to go camping through some of the outback and then up through the Flinders Ranges on the way home, because we drive right through it.
Yeah.
So we'll make sure we've got a week or so where we can just stop and do some stuff and check it all out properly and then come home.
So you buy some land out there. Would that
Yeah, I looked at a couple of acres while I was up there and that, but there's, it's trying to see what you're allowed to do with the land, because some of it's national parks and that, so you basically can't do anything with it. So I want to find somewhere that's kind of, you can camp on it and that sort of thing. And that kind of out near the water hole that I found, I still can't get over that, how amazing that is. And that little natural spring's just, wow. And the water's so warm, it's like even better.
It'd be cool if you could get one of them little portable houses.
Yeah. Big caravan put on the back of my truck. That'd be good, because my new 4-wheel drive's big. So we started bringing all the American trucks and that here now. Now that one of the car companies have stopped producing, we're starting to get like the Dodge Rams and the Silverados. And
I was thinking of one of them little modular homes that you just put down with the composting toilets and stuff. You'd run about $15,000 here if you get a small one, but it's got a kitchen and refrigerator and everything in it. And
yeah, I think for what I do, a caravan would be good, because then you can just tow the caravan and set it up as a base for a few years. And that, because at the moment I've got 12, 14 people working under me. So there's quite a few of us that go when we go.
Yeah.
I don't know what I put with the lids and stuff. Oh. Can tell I've been cooking in the kitchen. It's a mess.
That's okay. It can be cleaned.
That's all right. Doing dough, pizza nights, right? I just finished making all the doughs and stuff so they can sit here and rise for a few hours now. Then I can go out for my walk later and come home and tea's ready. Right. But no, very different for lately, and I just can't believe how different the land is and how different it speaks to what it does in different parts of Australia. For someone that said no to any more of the away work, ended up back out there doing it again. I'm a bit shocked. But it's been a nice break from everything, and easier for me to concentrate on my health. So
So basically, you're feeling the oneness with the nature out there.
I think all of that just helps. In that, because I kind of haven't really stopped since I got sick. This is probably one of my first weeks off in months. Actually, nice to be home for a change. But Wednesday I go for another 2 weeks, so no one will hear from me for a few weeks again because I've got no mobile phone for anything at work. And that because you're so far out, there's no mobile signals, nothing. You know, it's actually good to have no technology.
Yeah.
You know, I think, and the younger boys are actually starting to appreciate a few more things when you get them out, because I've managed to drag them out on adventures and go and see what we can find and that, and I think they're getting a bit more appreciation for nature, and you know, it's just wow. Found some opal while I was away in where we found all the crystals, so that was pretty cool. And that searching for the Murray man.
Yeah.
The Murray man is he just appeared in the early 90s, I think it was, and it was like an outline of a big Aboriginal man that you can see from space. And then it turned out that some artist guy ended up coming forward that he was the one that built it, spent there, and that it's actually amazing. But law won't let me fly the drone high enough to actually get pictures of it.
Yeah.
But pretty cool. Just different things, different culture. Yeah, such a mess in this kitchen.
Wow, I'm envious of you being able to get out there and on the land like that. Yeah.
Seeing lots of wild horses, like the man from Snowy River Horses, everywhere as well. Because I'm actually, one of the places I've been is not too far from where they filmed some of them, man from Snowy River.
Yeah.
Lots of emus and not as many kangaroos that far out. They're a different colour too. It's weird, but just the whole place is amazing. And that's the first time I've seen actual wild horses running around, and the emus that are huge that just want to eat everything and attack you. But no, I take stuff from the roadhouse and try and feed them all.
Yeah. Hold on, little girl. It's like, who runs this household? Me or the dog? Oh, you're so funny. Yes, I know. Oh, I know.
Yeah, I just need to find something. I'll be back in a minute. I just need to find some stuff to put over this date.
What kind of pizzas are you making?
I got some buffalo meats and camel meats and stuff on the way back to Adelaide. So they're going to be interesting pizzas. Bit of kangaroo, going to do a kangaroo pizza. And then just normal pepperoni one for Mum.
Yeah.
But no, we're going to try something a little bit different tonight. Yeah. But no, there's some different places when you drive back to Adelaide that you go through that I knew were there from previous trips. So
Yeah.
go and grab some different stuff on the way, and that's a bit harder to get some of the really good quality meats once you get back in Adelaide. So it's different out there. You walk in the roadhouse and it's like trying a steak, and they're like pretty much cutting it off the cow and cooking it. So,
Oh my goodness.
But no, very different.
Well, at least you're adaptable.
Oh yeah, well I don't know. I like it. I like the heat. I rather the heat over the cold, only because you can do more stuff, and it's not raining all the time. No, that kind of helps, and then you get home and it's complete different weather. I think I was home 2 days before I was in jumpers and whatnot, and now it's hot. Just before I go again, it starts getting really hot here, so it's like, oh, bummer. But I was hoping for a few more cool days. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But yeah, I'm in awe over the storms. The lightning storms is like I've never seen anything like it. It was unbelievable. I was sending my daughter back
An
videos.
amazing light show.
Oh, at like 360 degrees around you non-stop. It's like every night is like that. It's just like, wow. And it's that dark that as soon as you stop, you open the doors of the car and you basically can't see your hand stretched out in front of you because it's so dark. But the night sky is absolutely amazing. Mhm. And that is, I posted quite a few photos, and that they just took ages to get through. And that, but eventually they uploaded, so they should all be hidden away on Facebook. I think it's some on Instagram as well. Can't remember where I put them. I have a quick look while I'm there. Where is my Facebook?
Talking to teardrops here.
Oh, I can't see the chat. I didn't have it. I had it open before, but it was in two different browsers before. It was really weird.
So when's your next doctor's appointment?
Now the 4th of March, I come back to Adelaide for one on Monday. That was why I'm home, and that before we send all the boys back up again and away. They will come back Wednesday. And yeah, my next one now is the 4th of March because I had radiation on Monday, and then they were just checking on what happened with the adrenal glands because they found all cancers over my adrenal glands everywhere. And between the chemo and the radiation, they've reduced right down, so that's good. And that, so same with the kidneys. Kidneys are reduced a bit as well.
Yeah.
So no, it's happy. Still problems with prostate, the bladder. They lasered everything in the bladder, and that seems to have worked. But it just, because of the type it is, it will just pop up wherever again. So you kind of can't avoid it. So they're constantly monitoring. But we'll see what happens. The next one now being in March is, but it's not a bad thing. It's definitely not a bad thing. So we'll see what happens when we get to the one in March and see what they say. But that one they've done phone appointment instead of having to go there. Like if I'm away, at least I can just do it over the phone. It makes it much easier.
Yeah.
And they're sort of, I don't know, I've been doing what I want to do and make sure I've looked after myself how I felt I needed to, and it seems to be working. And I think just keep moving constantly, keep going, keeps it all off the mind so you're not thinking about it. And that kind of helps because I've watched a few people get it and then sit back, do nothing, and 12 months later they're not around. So keep the fight going. That's why I keep looking at it.
Yeah.
And I've achieved a few things in the last 12 months I definitely didn't think I would achieve, especially not with the health changing the way it did. But no, definitely not complaining. It's been happy. And now you'll see the difference with some of the photography now that I've got the drone. The drone is absolutely amazing for taking photos because you can put it up 400 feet, whatever, and get some awesome photos. That's different. Oh wow! I actually have to go and pick up my mum from work. I just realised it's nearly 4:30 in the afternoon.
Oh well, go get that done then.
So yeah, I'm gonna shoot off and go and get mum from work and drop her off at dad and then see him later tonight. Finish getting the
It's
tea.
finally good to be able to talk to you. You know, 'cause-
Yeah, it was never good off my phone. And it was hard because my phone rings for work all the time. So when I bought the laptop, I was like, yeah, cool, I'll be able to use it for everything else but work. And that I actually bought it so that I could do some of my photography properly. I was like,
yes.
time to actually start changing a few things again and change some of these hobbies into getting it out there a bit more and let other people enjoy it. But no, different. Kept it all hidden away for a few years. We'll see what happens now. I've had a couple of paid gigs for free through work, which have been really good. That kind of helps now. So I've got a few of them booked in when I'm actually home. Yeah, it's something a bit different. So it could be an interesting year with my photography stuff. If it ends up, then I can quit work.
What's your Facebook under again?
My normal one's under Jace Vecchio, and then the photography ones are JV Photography, the Facebook and Instagram.
JV Photography.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that. But most of the stuff from away I put on my private Facebook. I haven't gone through everything yet to get it all cleaned up to be posted and stuff.
Okay, why am I not finding it? What the heck? Interesting. I can't pull it up. It's like, why?
Hang on, let's see if I can get back to YouTube.
Because I know I've had stuff pop up because I usually don't look at the names, but I know who it's from, you know. Oh, gee. There we go. There we go. Okay, he's got to go pick up his mom, so I guess that's it for tonight. Okay, so everybody that's still here, we're going to close it up for tonight unless you guys have any questions or anything you want to talk about. So we'll go ahead and close it up for tonight. And yeah, go pick up your mom, Jason. Okay, so we'll go ahead and close up for tonight. And if anybody needs anything, you guys all know how to get hold of me, okay? So everybody have a good one and namaste. I'm glad we finally got to talk to Jason. Yeah. Good night.